Chapter 106. My lord, I don't quite understand what you mean. The person who spoke was one of the people present. As for the other 5 people, they seem to have understood something. Generally speaking, this kind of official should be promoted and rewarded. But this king of Hell Chu has grasped this point. Not only does he know this, but we also know it. Therefore, the spies we arrange are all capable, loyal, and not greedy. Then, we create momentum for them so that they can climb to a high position and create the greatest benefits for us. The one who explained was not Diwu Qingro, but the person sitting next to him. To be a spy, you must first work for the other party and gain their trust and position. Only then can you play the greatest role at a critical moment. We think this way and do this, but this king of Hell Chu also thinks this way. That is why our people in Iron Cloud suffered such heavy losses. Another person said solemnly. This person's face looked as if it was carved out by a knife. He was as thin as a bamboo pole. Even if he was sitting, he would still be a bamboo pole. But if our people do not do this, how can they get promoted in Iron Cloud? The man with the rough face from before said anxiously, "Isn't this cutting off?" "Not necessarily." Another man with a goatee smiled faintly. "Even if he can find out, he will not find out everything. There are some people that, even if he suspects, he will not dare to make a move." He may not dare to make a move. The one who spoke was Diwu Qingro. This ambitious and ruthless character had a worried look on his face at this moment. He pondered and said in a low voice, "This king of Hell Chu made a move at Butian Pavilion once, and a spy came out. This time, he made a move in Iron Cloud's officialdom with a clear goal. He is ruthless and merciless. He will not let go of any clues. This person is the biggest threat to the people of Iron Cloud." Moreover, this king of Hell Chu made a famous remark when he was purging Butian Pavilion of Iron Cloud. Diwu Qingro's face revealed a look of appreciation. "I do not need evidence. I only need suspicion to kill." This person is decisive and cruel. Furthermore, he doesn't follow the conventional way of doing things. He often takes the unconventional path and is not to be underestimated. Diwu Qingru gave the final word. The potential danger of this person is not necessarily below that of Tai Butian. Diwu Qingro suddenly turned around with his back facing everyone. Then, he said in a heavy voice, "I ordered people to prepare the invisible falcon as soon as I received this news. Then, I sent a message to number 1. I told him to withdraw without any hesitation if he finds that something is wrong." Ah! Everyone was stunned. Could it really be that serious? They had tried their best to think about the severity of the situation, but they hadn't thought that Diwu Qingro would make such a serious response to. In addition, the Golden Horse Riders Department will dispatch a king-level master to Iron Cloud along with several experts. If number 1 was fine, then he would kill Chu Yang and come back. If number 1 was in danger, then he would kill Chu Yang and bring number 1 back. Order the Black Horse Cavalry and Iron Horse Cavalry in Iron Cloud to cooperate fully. This plan is called Slaughtering the Sun. Diwu Qingro issued a series of orders without any hesitation. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Tai Butian, do you think that you can grow wings just because this king of Hell Chu is helping you? Watch me cripple this king of hell first. Prime Minister, we spent 13 years and a lot of resources to achieve this. Are we just going to give up like this? The old man with the goatee was somewhat unwilling. I hope I am overthinking. Diwu Qingro's face was gloomy as he said, "But now is not the time for you to question me. Immediately do as I say." At the same time, the 5 armies of the north will advance 50 kilometers. 50 kilometers? Everyone was stunned. Does the Prime Minister want to start a war? 50 kilometers is the territory of Iron Cloud. Although there are no villages or towns there, Iron Cloud soldiers can't bear it. Do as I say. Diwu Qingro's eyes were heavy. He slowly closed his eyes and said in his heart, "I hope it is not too late." Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and said hurriedly, "No matter who goes, don't touch Tai Butian." Everyone retreated one after another. Diwu Qingro turned around. There was a look of deep contemplation in his eyes. A bright light flickered in his eyes. He revealed an expectant look as he muttered, "If you are an opponent, then I will make my move." Let's see if you can take it or not." Then, he gently shook his head and smiled. His eyes looked out the window and into the blue sky. That was the direction of Iron Cloud. Diwu Qingro looked like he was lost in thought. After a long time, he said, "Give me the information on the situation of Beyond the Heavens sect." A white bird suddenly soared from Diwu Qingro's prime minister's manor. It was palm-sized, but its speed was incomparably fast. It circled in the sky, and then disappeared into the blue sky without leaving a trace. Invisible falcon. It was a strange object of the Chongtian continent. It could change color with the change of day and night. Its feathers also changed color and disappeared into the blue sky. It was the highest-level communication object. Moreover, its flying speed was 3 times faster than an eagle's. Moreover, it had great endurance. It could fly day and night without eating or drinking. With the speed of this invisible falcon, it only needed 1 day and half a night to fly from Great Zhao's capital to Ironcloud Citadel. Half an hour later, 3 black horses galloped out of the northern gate of Great Zhao's capital city. The 3 horsemen whipped their horses, and the sound of their hooves was like thunder. In the blink of an eye, only a wisp of smoke and dust could be seen from the city gate. How many horses could there be in the entire continent? Yet, they were used as tools for short-distance sprints. They galloped without any regard for horsepower. Their destination, Ironcloud Citadel. At this moment, Chu Yang, the Dark Knight Challenger, had just finished a fight. He came out of Meteor Martial Club and found a place to restore his appearance. He made the infamous Dark Knight Challenger of Ironcloud Citadel disappear. Then, he walked out onto the street. His heart was filled with regret. If the owner of the Meteor Martial Club had a higher level of attainment in his meteor force, he would be able to integrate the gentle force of water into the layered Heaven Divine technique under his pressure. Now, he had reached the critical point. Chu Yang could feel that the breakthrough was close at hand, but there was still a thin line missing. There was only the thickness of a piece of paper left, but he still could not break through. This kind of feeling was extremely depressing. With this kind of subtle understanding of martial power, if the opponent's martial power was much higher than his, it would not do. He needed to maintain a certain amount of pressure, but it could not be too high. Otherwise, he would not be able to feel it. He also needed a kind of murderous aura to achieve this kind of pressure. But when he was sparring with his own people, he obviously would not have this kind of murderous aura. Murderous aura came from the heart. If there was no murderous intent in the heart, then there would be no murderous aura. This was where Chu Yang was helpless. Fortunately, his current cultivation level was not high. It was still possible to find an opponent who was on par with him. If he really reached the peak and encountered this kind of bottleneck, it would be extremely difficult. The loneliness of being at the peak. Chu Yang now understood a little bit. It was hard to find an opponent. Without pressure, there would be no breakthrough. But to feel pressure, one had to be able to keep one's life. It was no wonder that the peak masters were so depressed. The conditions for such an opponent were too harsh. If it was a simple life and death battle, then it would be much easier. But to be able to achieve this kind of understanding while facing an opponent, it was just a dream. At the true peak, even a life and death feud could not be found. Where could he find such an opponent? Thinking about this, Chu Yang slowly walked out of the main street. Seeing that it was still early, he decided to go to Emerald Flow Lake to take a look. Turning around, he walked in the direction of Emerald Flow Lake. Thinking about Emerald Flow Lake, he could not help but think of Gu Duxing. It had been more than 20 days. That guy should be back by now, right? Chapter 107. As Chu Yang thought about this, he could not help but smile. This 3rd grade was not something that could be casually raised. First, the elixirs that he had taken from the people's houses were very useful after being purified by the Calamity Sword. Second, in these 20 days, he had fought 40 to 50 times. His body was sore all over in exchange for this. Chu Yang thought that this kind of training was completely masochistic. He could not hide. It was best to meet force with force. Plus, he could not use any killing moves, and he could not use the Calamity Sword. Once he killed someone with one strike, then he would not be able to comprehend anything. But in terms of martial power, he was not as good as the other person. Wasn't this a clear disadvantage? While he was thinking about this, suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the direction of the city gate. "Where is Du Shiqing? Du Shiqing, come out." This voice was filled with endless panic and sorrow, as well as a trace of panic. But the person who let out the roar was obviously very strong. Chu Yang was shocked and suddenly looked up. Who is this? This person's martial power is very high. Why is he looking for Du Shiqing? This voice was still very far away, but for some reason, Chu Yang suddenly felt an indescribable sense of irritation. It was as if something bad was happening. Chu Yang rushed toward the south gate with a swoosh. He did not know why he was doing this. He only knew that his heart was suddenly very flustered. Why? That voice kept calling for Du Shiqing. The urgency and panic in the voice made it clear that this person's heart was in a mess. He was getting closer and closer. Chu Yang's body was like the wind as he rushed forward. At the city gate, a man in black carried a person on his back and rushed in like a whirlwind. The soldiers guarding the gate did not have time to make a move to stop him. They only saw a blur in front of their eyes. A black whirlwind blew past them and disappeared on the main road into the city. The soldier who moved the fastest suddenly jumped up into the air with his arms and legs flailing. Blood spurted out from his mouth. No one clearly saw how this person made his move. Stop! Several experts and officers who were guarding the south gate leaped up and tried to stop this person. A white silhouette nimbly intercepted him. One black silhouette and the other white silhouette crossed each other like lightning. With two bangs, the white silhouette let out a miserable groan and fell down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. When he landed halfway, the sound of his bones cracking could be heard from his body. However, he was still able to block the black-clothed man for a moment. 7 to 8 figures had already taken advantage of this small gap to block the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man's forward momentum was stopped. His eyes were wild as he furiously shouted, "Get out of the way! Tell Du Shiqing to come see me." Impudent! Du Shiqing was personally welcomed into the imperial city by Taibu Tian. Who did not know about this? Right now, Du Shiqing was in the royal palace, treating the emperor of Iron Cloud. How could he be disturbed? "Get out of my way." Blood trickled down from the corners of the black-robed man's mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered internal injuries. However, his imposing manner was still unstoppable. Seeing that the 7 or 8 people in front of him were not giving way, and that there were also ordinary soldiers surrounding him, he could not help but become furious. He fiercely raised his chi and immediately attacked. As soon as he attacked, his energy was like a raging wave. It was unstoppable. The 7 people on the other side exclaimed in unison, "A revered level master?" They did not dare to be negligent and used all of their strength to meet him. The black-clothed man's mouth revealed a trace of ferocity. He roared, "If you don't give way, then all of you can die." His palm contained a huge amount of energy. Even in such a situation, he still firmly supported the person on his back with one hand. On his back, there was a person lying quietly without the slightest movement. A large cloak covered the person's body, making it impossible to see what the person looked like. However, from the shape of the person, one could tell that the person was very thin and weak. Like a child, with a loud bang, the 7 people on the other side joined forces to meet this palm. Like a bomb exploding, they were fiercely blown away in all directions. Everyone's face was pale. The opponent obviously did not use his full strength. This feeling of surging potential was very frightening. "Your Excellency, do you have a family member who has an urgent illness and is looking for senior due?" Below, an officer shouted. "However, you should know that this is Iron Cloud Citadel. Senior due status is very high. The more impatient you are, the more you will delay the treatment of your loved ones. Please reconsider." The black-clothed man's entire body shook. With a schwa sound, he jumped down from the sky and grabbed the officer. "You know Du Shiqing? Where is he? Take me to him." "This matter, I cannot make the decision." Although the officer's chest was grabbed, he wasn't afraid at all. He proudly said, "Your Excellency, even if your martial arts are high, but if you want to see Mr. Du, you can't just rely on your martial arts. You have guts." The black-clothed man slowly let go of his right hand. His bloodshot eyes shined like a hungry wolf, but his voice was calm again. What is the fastest way to see Du Shiqing? Even though the officer was quick-witted and stopped the black-clothed man, Du Shiqing was in the royal palace. How could a small guard like him know how to see him? His face could not help but show a troubled expression. The black-clothed man gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You lied to me." He raised his hand and wanted to kill the officer. The surrounding soldiers shouted as they unsheathed their swords and spears. The entire southern city gate was illuminated by the reflection of their weapons. The black-clothed man did not hesitate and shouted, "If you delay this important matter, even the lives of your entire ironclad citadel are not out of the question. Do you really care about killing a few people?" Without even blinking, his hand came down with a schwa sound. "Stop!" A black shadow flew over. Before the person arrived, he was already shouting in the air, "If you want to see Du Shiqing, you need to tell me." When the black-clothed man heard this, his hand that was about to come down suddenly stopped. A moment ago, the violent energy was surging out unstoppably, but in the next moment, it was gone. The black shadow that came was Chu Yang. Seeing this skill, his heart was shocked. Release and release at will, a king-level master. The black-clothed man raised his head and looked at the black-clothed Chu Yang. "Take off your mask. I do not like people who hide their heads and tails. I do not trust them. Do you want to see Du Shiqing, or do you want me to take off my mask?" Chu Yang snorted. "If I could take it off, why would I put it on?" The black-clothed man snorted and looked at Chu Yang with his eagle-like eyes. "You know where Du Shiqing is?" "Of course. However, unless it is absolutely necessary, no one is allowed to disturb Senior Du," Chu Yang said. "I need to know if your friend is injured or sick. Is there a need for Senior Du to personally come and see him?" The black-clothed man glared at Chu Yang as if he wanted to eat him alive. "If it is a minor injury or illness, there are many medical centers in the city." Chu Yang was indifferent to the black-clothed man's glare and said calmly. In fact, he was getting more and more excited. He could feel that this black-clothed man had some kind of connection with him. Otherwise, his powerful spiritual sense would not have been so flustered today. "Everyone get out of the way. It is all right," Chu Yang shouted to the people around him. At the same time, his right hand flashed and a token appeared in his palm. On it, the two words Butian were clearly written in front of everyone's eyes. Butian Pavilion's people. The surrounding officers immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They hurriedly waved their hands. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Immediately, the surrounding soldiers dispersed. Several officers wiped their foreheads, their hearts still palpitating with fear. When they saw this guy's face covered, they were also a bit unhappy. They also wanted to take him down and take him down. But at this moment, they only felt lucky. So it was King of Hell Chu's people. Luckily, we did not provoke him. The black-clothed man's gaze softened a bit. He gently carried the cloaked person in front of him. His movements were very careful. This kind of movement did not startle the person at all. He gently took off the cloak and said, "It is an injury, but it is also an illness. If an ordinary doctor could treat it, I would not have come all the way to Ironcloud Citadel. Even Du Shiqing." As he said this, he sighed softly. But Chu Yang could no longer hear what he was saying. The moment the cloak was taken off, Chu Yang felt a rush of blood. He saw stars in front of his eyes. At this moment, he almost fainted. No wonder his spiritual sense was so abnormal. It was because Chu Yang's heart was in pain. It was violently churning. At this moment, his eyes were suddenly covered with tears. He looked at this injured person, and his body suddenly shook violently. It was as if he used all of his spiritual energy to painfully groan. His voice trembled as if he was in a dream. "Ching Wu, the public's last chapter will be on the shelves in a few hours. Feng Ling is a writer. He relies on subscriptions for a living. I hope everyone can be generous and subscribe to support him. Thank you so much." At midnight, have you all prepared your monthly tickets? Chapter 108. It was as if time had suddenly flowed backwards. The surrounding people were gone. The city walls were gone. Even heaven and earth were gone. In Chu Yang's eyes, there was only this delicate little face left. Qinggu, Qinggu, you have finally appeared. You have finally appeared. In this life, I will dance for you. In this life, I will dance for you. My heart will not change even if I die 10,000 times. Qinggu, who am I doing this for? For you. For you. Curved eyebrows, a small pink face, a pale face. Her originally lively big eyes were tightly shut, and her face was full of pain. Her lips were tightly pursed, and there was a narrow wound on her chest. Around the wound, even her snow-white clothes had turned black. Black demon. Chu Yang's pupils shrank, and he shouted angrily. This was the unique scar of the Black Demon clan. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly understood some doubts that he did not understand in his previous life. There was a scar on Imo Qingwu's chest, and it was this scar that completely obstructed Imo Qingwu's martial path. Restricted by this scar, Imo Qingwu's highest achievement in life could only stop at martial great master. She was obviously a talented genius, but because of this reason, she could not take a step forward after reaching martial great master. Because after martial great master was revered martial great master, and the cultivation of revered martial great master required the tempering of the 5 internal organs, and this wound obviously prevented any possibility of tempering the 5 internal organs. Imo Qingwu once said that she was injured when she was young, and did not receive timely treatment, leaving behind internal injuries. After returning home, the internal injury had already formed and could not be changed. When Imo Qingwu talked about this, there was a faint loneliness and unwillingness in her expression. She also mentioned that at that time, there was once an uncle who loved her the most, who died because of her injury. And because of this injury, Imo Qingwu was ambushed, unable to break out of the encirclement, and died. Who are you? How do you know our miss? The black-clothed man looked at Chu Yang suspiciously. This black-clothed masked man was full of mystery. The moment he saw the miss, his eyes were dazed as if he was in a dream, but there was also a burst of light. When he saw the young miss's injuries, the anger in his eyes was as if he wanted to burn everything. That pained look on his face was as if his own heart was being hammered into pieces by someone. That was an extremely deep heartache. When the black-robed man saw this gaze, he felt completely relieved. With this kind of gaze, even if he would rather be injured 10,000 times, he would not let the young miss be hurt in the slightest. As soon as he relaxed, the black-clothed man, who was already seriously injured, immediately swayed. He tried his best to keep his hands steady as he pushed them forward. "I'll leave it to you." To save the young lady, Chu Yang hurriedly stretched out his hand and caught this petite body. His heart started to beat violently again. Seeing Chu Yang take over Imo Qingwu, the black-clothed man's heart lightened, and he almost fell to the ground. His face was full of fatigue. He wanted to walk, but he couldn't move his legs. "What happened to you?" Chu Yang's heart was burning with anxiety. He wanted to carry Imo Qingwu to do Shurqing. Seeing the black-robed man in such a state, how could he just leave? The young miss's injury. I used my energy to keep her alive the whole way. The black-clothed man smiled weakly. Chu Yang suddenly realized he was already injured, and he used his precious energy to keep Imo Qingwu alive. Plus, he had to maintain his speed to reach Iron Cloud Citadel as soon as possible to find Du Shurqing. If it wasn't for his willpower, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Chu Yang picked up Imo Qingwu with one hand and grabbed the black-clothed man's arm with the other. He turned his head and shouted, "Find me a carriage, quickly. You go first. The young miss won't be able to hold on for long." "I'm fine." The black-clothed man shook his head weakly. He used all his strength to break free from Chu Yang's arm and pushed him. "Go quickly." Chu Yang's heart felt warm. This black-clothed man obviously did not care about himself for Imo Qingwu's sake. But Imo Qingwu's life was at stake. There was no time to waste. Chu Yang's heart hardened. He fiercely transferred his energy into the black-clothed man's body. After one cycle, he said, "Someone come. Take this elder to Butian Pavilion. Find Wu Qianqian." Then he nodded and flew out with Imo Qingwu in his arms. The gate guard was startled. Wu Qianqian? Could it be the Rakshasa girl by King of Hell Chu's side? Chapter 109. Looking at Chu Yang's serious expression, Tai Butian was a bit startled. She remembered Chu Yang's words, "She is my life." But now, it seemed that this was not his life. In his heart, this little girl was clearly more important than his own life. Who is this little girl? Is she his little sister? Naturally, Tai Butian would never suspect that Chu Yang had any romantic feelings for such a pretty little girl. This little girl was only about 10 years old. How could it be possible? She watched as Chu Yang drank the medicine in big mouthfuls, and then held it in his mouth for a while to let the temperature of the medicine drop a little. Then, he carefully passed the medicine over. That patience, that care that came from his soul. Tai Butian suddenly felt her heart thumping heavily. She could not help but turn her head away. When the bowl of medicine was finally finished, Chu Yang stood up and asked, "Senior Du, how many more times do I have to take this medicine?" "For today's medicine, taking it once is enough. After this bowl of medicine, you can massage her blood to let the medicine spread faster. I estimate that she will wake up in the evening." Du Shiqing looked up at the sky. It was already afternoon. At that time, I will prepare some medicine for her to take. In 7 or 8 days, she will be able to walk without any danger to her life. Her internal injuries can also be healed, but the injuries to her three meridian, I can't do anything about it. Du Shiqing looked up at Chu Yang. This kind of internal injury is absolutely incurable in the world. You don't need to waste any more effort. Du Shiqing clearly saw through Chu Yang's thoughts. If he did not say this, Chu Yang would definitely go to the ends of the earth to seek medical help for this little girl. Chu Yang would do such a thing. Chu Yang's love for this little girl had obviously reached the point where he did not care about anything else. This point, anyone could see. Du Shiqing might not be a big deal in other aspects, but his medical skills would be an authority even in upper three heavens. His words meant that Mo Qing Wu's internal injury could not be cured. Of course, Chu Yang knew this, and he also understood the meaning behind Du Shiqing's words. It was not easy for him to get to this point. He must not waste his life for a hopeless illness. Even those legendary heavenly treasures won't work? Chu Yang asked in despair. Perhaps you do not know what kind of poison this is, but I can say with certainty that this is the legendary He Mo's poison. If it was not injected into the three meridian, with my medical skills, it would not be difficult to completely cure it. But once she enters the three meridian, even the deities will be helpless. Du Shiqing solemnly said, even if all the legendary medicines in the world were gathered together, they would still not be able to cure it. Du Shiqing paused, looked at Chu Yang, and said softly, "Chu Yang, the only thing I can do is to try my best to suppress her injuries after she wakes up. Suppress it to the point where it will not affect her life. Even if she marries later, she will be fine. If he was lucky, he could still live a long life. You'll just stop at the martial Tao. As a woman, this is the same as a normal person." Du Shiqing said sincerely. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh and lowered his head. Even if you gather all the great medicines together, you still won't be able to cure it. These words had given Chu Yang a huge blow. It also made the hope in his heart disappear. For other women, it might be the same. But for Mo Qing Wu, it was definitely not the same. In the previous life, if it were not for this damned illness, how could Mo Qing Wu have been ambushed and killed? Mo Qing Wu had never mentioned her family background, but Chu Yang knew that Mo Qing Wu definitely came from a powerful aristocratic family. That kind of elegance and nobility in her bones was definitely not something that could be cultivated by a small family. But in the previous life, Mo Qing Wu would rather wander the martial world than go home. Why? Perhaps it was related to this injury. Maybe it was because Mo Qing Wu did not want to go back. Then, it could be because the family treated Mo Qing Wu unfairly. Or, she was expelled from the family. And a girl with the three meridian was a genius of every family, a treasure. How could they be willing to expel her? If she was really expelled, it would be because her three meridian was destroyed. In other words, it was because of today's incident. The injury this time had really caused Mo Qing Wu's life tragedy in her previous life. If it were not for this injury, she would not have left the family, and she would not have met Chu Yang, and she would not have been ambushed and killed. So Chu Yang was not reconciled. He was not reconciled to let Mo Qingwu really bear this injury that could not be healed for the rest of her life. Even if he could protect her, he could not be by her side all the time. Mo Qingwu must have the power to protect herself. Only then could Chu Yang be at ease. Chu Yang, who is this little girl to you? It was only now that Tai Butian asked this question. With Tai Butian's composure, it was already very rare for her to ask such a curious question. However, Tai Butian's words jolted Chu Yang out of his deep thoughts. She's my. Chu Yang just opened his mouth and suddenly grimaced. Pei. Mr. Du, what kind of medicine is this? Why is it so bitter? Chu Yang felt that his mouth had directly turned into a goldfish. This kind of bitterness was really bitter to the extreme. Chu Yang grimaced in pain, so bitter that he rolled his eyes. You didn't feel the bitterness just now? Tai Butian and Du Shiqing were both stunned. Chu Yang was also startled. Just now, he was wholeheartedly thinking about Mo Qingwu. When he saw that she couldn't drink the medicine, he did it without thinking. He did it naturally and didn't consider whether the medicine was bitter or not. Now that he was reminded, while Chu Yang felt the bitterness, he also remembered Mo Qingwu's poem. A lifetime of not dancing, a dance is a lifetime of bitterness. In this life, I dance for you, even if I have to dance a lifetime of bitterness. Bitter. Chu Yang could not help but grimace. Was it bitter? This kind of bitterness, compared to the bitterness in Mo Qingwu's heart in the previous life, was it still bitter? I'm afraid it was not even 1 in 10,000, right? You are really. Du Shiqing admired Chu Yang more and more. Chu Yang was indeed a person who valued friendship and righteousness. This old man did not misjudge him. In order to save someone, he actually completely ignored his own feelings. This was a kind of selfless spirit. But Tai Butian had a different thought. It seems that this little girl is really Chu Yang's biggest weakness. Once the enemy knows, there will be no end of trouble. This news must be kept secret. It's just that I don't know the origin of this little girl. Senior Du, regarding the matter of saving this little girl today, I hope that no one will know about it. Tai Butian said with a smile. Du Shiqing was startled, but he immediately understood and said, Don't worry, no one will know about this matter. Looking at Mo Qingwu's little face slowly turning red, and her breathing also gradually slowing down, as if she had gone from being unconscious to being in a deep sleep, Chu Yang also slowly relaxed. With this happiness, he did not feel the bitterness in his mouth anymore. Instead, he began to look at this legendary royal palace with interest. This is the royal palace? It's really rich and luxurious. Chu Yang looked and commented with great interest. It just feels a bit deserted. Deserted is inevitable. Tai Butian sighed and said, For the convenience of doing things, I don't often stay in the royal palace. Besides, the maids in the royal palace, other than those who are left to take care of father and maintain the daily cleanliness of the royal palace, I have sent the rest out of the palace. Right now, there are many things to do in Iron Cloud. If I still have to maintain the daily necessities of the royal palace, it will not be a small expense. Chu Yang let out an oh sound and asked, Then what about your little sister? Is there no one to take care of her? Chu Yang clearly remembered that day at Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The young girl called Tai Long Cheng, second uncle. Calling someone second uncle might be normal in a normal family, but when it came to Tai Long Cheng, it was very unusual. Before coming to Iron Cloud, Chu Yang did not know about the members of Iron Cloud's royal family. But after entering Bu Tian Pavilion, he knew that the only direct relatives of the previous royal family were the Emperor and Tai Long Cheng. Then that young girl must be Tai Butian's little sister without a doubt. My little sister? Tai Butian seemed to be a bit surprised. Her eyes flashed with a complicated look, then she smiled and said, You are talking about that mischievous little girl. Why, have you seen her? Yes, she went to Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Chu Yang nodded. That little girl is really a headache. Tai Butian smiled and said, But she is also very cute. Minister Chu suddenly mentioning her, huh? Could it be that Minister Chu has some feelings for my little sister? Without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, Tai Butian laughed heartily and said, Minister Chu is a dragon among men. If you are really interested, I would not mind being a matchmaker for you. Chu Yang laughed. He also knew that Tai Butian was joking. He said, I am just a commoner. How could I be worthy of the princess? I am just curious. Your Highness in Iron Cloud seems to be very mysterious. Tai Butian's eyes flashed. Then she sighed and said, My little sister's existence is a secret. In the past, Great Zhao constantly sent assassins to assassinate our royal family members. In order to protect my little sister, after she was born, I did not announce it. Then, my father was injured, so I did not dare to announce it. If someone knew and something happened, then wouldn't I, as her elder brother, have wronged her? Tai Butian sighed and said, As a girl, being born in a royal family is a misfortune. Being born in a royal family in a time of war is even more tragic. Unfortunately, this royal family is very small in number and has suffered many disasters. I only hope that my little sister can live a peaceful and ordinary life. Concealing her news is also a precaution. If one day Iron Cloud is defeated, she can still keep her life. Even if she has to hide her identity, she can still live. After saying this, he sighed heavily again. His heart was obviously very touched. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. He faintly felt that Tai Butian's words were somewhat evasive, but he still said, Yes, being born in a royal family, of course you can enjoy the luxurious life that ordinary people can't even dream of. But the pressure you have to bear is so heavy that it can kill. Fortunately, your little sister has such a good brother like you. This is also her good fortune. Du Shiqing also let out a sigh. The daughters of royal families have always been tools for governing the country and diplomacy. The end result is usually a marriage alliance. And they never care about whether the princess herself likes it or not. They only care about the interests of the whole country. Chapter 110. Let's not talk about this anymore. What do you plan to do with this little girl? Tai Butian winked at Chu Yang. We'll talk about it after we leave the palace. Chu Yang bowed to Du Shiqing and said, Senior Du, thank you. I owe you another favor. Chu Yang's words were very vague. Oh, a favor. It seemed like a very normal sentence, but even Du Shiqing did not know that this time. Chu Yang had saved him a chance of redemption when he was beyond redemption. Chu Yang had a clear conscience. Du Shiqing had saved Mo Qingwu once, so Chu Yang would definitely remember it. Moreover, Du Shiqing was also an elder that he respected. Du Shiqing chuckled and waved his hand, not caring at all. After bidding farewell to the imperial palace, Tai Butian looked at Chu Yang, who was carrying this little girl as if she was a treasure. Tai Butian couldn't help but frown. Minister Chu, even though you might not feel comfortable with me telling you this, I still have to remind you that this little girl is very likely to become your weakness. Chu Yang frowned and looked up at Tai Butian. He asked gloomily, What do you mean? You really like this little girl. I can see this. But if this kind of love is revealed to the outside world and is discovered by Diwu Qingro, Tai Butian said lightly, I'm afraid your love for her will harm her instead. Brother Chu, be careful. That's right. Chu Yang was shocked. He suddenly thought of this point. With his current identity as a mortal enemy of Diwu Qingro, the unscrupulous Diwu Qingro might really do this. He could not help but look deeply at Tai Butian. Thank you for the reminder. However, the guilt and longing for Mo Qingwu in 2 lifetimes, even if Chu Yang was heartless, seeing his biggest motivation and biggest concern in this life, how could he not love her? Chu Yang sat in Tai Butian's carriage, frowning. Looking at Mo Qingwu in his arms, his heart was filled with gratitude. Finally, the two of them were together again. Even though Mo Qingwu is still a little girl, it's okay. I can wait. I can wait. The carriage stopped at a hidden corner. Chu Yang jumped out with Mo Qingwu in his arms. His body flashed a few times and disappeared from Tai Butian's sight. Tai Butian couldn't help but sigh softly as she watched Chu Yang leave with the little girl in his arms. Tai Butian didn't ask who that girl was. Because Chu Yang didn't say anything, as a partner, Tai Butian would never ask about things that her partner wasn't willing to talk about. This was a form of trust. However, Tai Butian could clearly sense that Chu Yang still loved this little girl wholeheartedly and didn't make any changes because of her words. Or rather, he wanted to change, but he couldn't. Tai Butian sighed softly and murmured, So you're not a heartless person after all. I wish you good luck. She turned around and said softly, "Let's go." The carriage rumbled and started moving again. In Tai Butian's heart, even though Chu Yang would sometimes display the mentality and actions of a young man, those were all jokes that he would make when it was harmless. But when it came to doing things, Chu Yang became a precise calculation machine. Absolutely emotionless, without any emotional fluctuations, everything was for the sake of the final goal. For Chu Yang, massacres were even more common and tasteless than eating cabbage. He had always thought of Chu Yang as a heartless leader, an absolute decision-maker. He didn't care about anything. He didn't care about power, wealth, or the lives of others. When he went crazy, he didn't even care about his own life. However, Imo Qingwu's appearance today made Tai Butian see Chu Yang's deep feelings and persistence. He didn't know if this was a good thing for Chu Yang, but he couldn't help but feel a kind of happiness. It was a kind of happiness for a friend. After today, she felt that Chu Yang wasn't a machine. Instead, he was a living person with flesh, blood, and feelings. Chu Yang went all the way back to Butian Pavilion, then entered through a secret passage and returned to his room. Wu Qian was inside, wearing a ferocious mask and a black robe. They were also shocked to see that Chu Yang had suddenly returned with an unconscious little girl. But seeing Chu Yang's expression, she still chose not to ask. "Where is the person who came this afternoon?" Chu Yang asked. "Unconscious." Wu Qian also said lightly, "His injuries are very serious." "Good, as long as he's not dead." Chu Yang quickly said, "Prepare a carriage. After dark, I will take them to Emerald Flow Lake." Right now, Emerald Flow Lake's construction had been completed. It was completely habitable. Wu Qian nodded and said, "His Highness said that Tang Xansheng's matter should be dealt with according to your methods. There is no need to go through him." Chu Yang let out an "oh" sound and said indifferently, "I know. Inform Heavenly Secret Hall that the investigation of Tang Xansheng is over. Also, tell Fierce Blood Hall to send people tonight to capture Tang Xansheng. Remember, use a thief or some other identity. It doesn't matter if it succeeds or not, but if anyone reveals their identity and Butian Pavilion's identity, kill without mercy and exterminate their entire family." Wu Qian's whole body shook. She suddenly raised her head and said, "You are too bold?" "Bold?" Chu Yang frowned and said softly, "I'm even worried that tonight is too late." Chu Yang was a bit regretful. He should have read all the information first before capturing Tang Xansheng. But now that he had already dealt with so many officials, Tang Xansheng would definitely be on guard. Tang Xansheng was a spy, yet he was able to do all this in Iron Cloud Nation. His intelligence was definitely top-notch. He would definitely feel that he was in danger. Therefore, Chu Yang did not have high hopes for Fierce Blood Hall's operation tonight. What he needed to consider now was what to do next if he could not capture Tang Xansheng. Whether he could capture Tang Xansheng or not, the next step was the most important. Chu Yang originally wanted to do it himself, but Imo Qingwu's appearance made him give up on this idea. Imo Qingwu was unconscious, and Chu Yang wanted to accompany her. The affairs of the world were important, but compared to Imo Qingwu, they were nothing. The affairs of the world were important, but they were not my wife. Emerald Flow Lake. Chu Yang carefully placed Imo Qingwu on his bed. He sat in front of the bed with his chin propped up and looked at her in a daze. "I worked hard. I fought hard. I would rather go against the heavens. I would rather go against fate. I would rather be beyond redemption. All for the sake of reuniting with you in this life. All for the sake of making it up to you. I want to love you." Qingwu. Originally, we were supposed to meet 10 years later, but this time, we met ahead of time. Looking at the young face on the bed, Chu Yang sighed softly. His heart suddenly felt bitter, then sweet, and then lost. "I have grown up, but you are still so young. Qingwu, when can you become the Imo Qingwu of the previous life? A dance is a lifetime of suffering. If so, I would rather not see your beautiful singing and dancing for the rest of my life, and let you be happy." A moan came from next door, followed by a rustling sound. Then, a burly figure appeared at the door. He asked with a hoarse voice, "How is Miss?" Chu Yang stood up silently and looked at the burly man in black at the door. The burly man in black rushed in quickly. Looking at Imo Qingwu on the bed, He carefully reached out his finger to check her breathing. His face immediately looked relieved. He sat down on the chair that Chu Yang had just sat on and grinned. "Mrs. Fine, thank the heavens." The burly man in black moved quickly. Although his face was still a little pale, there were no major problems. It seemed that he had recovered well. Chu Yang could not help but sigh. A king-level master's recovery ability was really strong. He raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. His eyes were full of gratitude. He clasped his hands. "Thank you, little brother. Today is all thanks to you. I will repay your kindness in the future." "Helping you is not for your future." Chu Yang smiled faintly. "How are you?" "I am fine, just a little weak." The burly man in black's eyes showed a strong hatred. "At Lianyun Mountain, I was surrounded by He Mo's subordinates. I did not expect that He Mo's 2 kings were also there. In a moment of carelessness, I was hit by 2 punches, but it is not a big deal. It is just that Mrs. Worrying." Lianyun Mountain. Chu Yang was a little shocked. Lianyun Mountain was 700 miles away. He was attacked by He Mo and had serious internal injuries, but he still traveled 700 miles in one day to reach Ironcloud Citadel. This was not even counting the time he spent on the road. One must know that no one would tell him that Du Shiqing was an Ironcloud Citadel. He had to ask around to find out. This person's tenacity was really strong. "Little brother, which clan are you from? Why do you look so unfamiliar to me?" The burly man in black took a deep breath. He picked up Chu Yang's teacup and drank it in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and asked, "What do you mean by which clan?" Chu Yang frowned. "Which clan are you from in Santian?" The burly man in black opened his eyes wide. "I am not from Santian." Chu Yang smiled helplessly. "Then how do you know my miss? You know her name? And He Mo?" The burly man in black glared. Even though it was a normal question, his appearance was a little rough. When he glared, even the beard on his cheeks almost exploded. Chu Yang felt that this question was a little difficult to answer. Could it be that the person who was reborn was your husband? If he said that, Chu Yang could guarantee that his savior would immediately be punched full. "It is a long story." Chu Yang sighed deeply. Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Why are you here?" The burly man in black looked at Chu Yang's expression and showed an understanding smile. He grinned and said, Oh, so that's how it is. I understand. Ha ha ha. In that case, I won't ask." Chu Yang was stunned. "What do you understand? What do you mean by in that case? So that's how it is? Why do I not understand? I am a child without a mother. It is a long story." The burly man in black sighed heavily. "It is a long story. Do you have wine?" Chu Yang was once again stunned. This man's thought process was really unpredictable. One moment he was sighing, and the next moment he was asking for wine. Plus, he was seriously injured. As if he saw Chu Yang's worry, the burly man in black patted his chest. "No problem. If you have wine, just give it to me. No matter how serious the injury is, I still need to drink. Ah, I need to drink to drown my sorrows." Chapter 111. After downing 3 full bowls of wine, the black-clothed man exhaled a mouthful of wine and said, "This is really satisfying." Sigh. Speaking of which, it's so fucking depressing. Originally, the world was peaceful and everything was fine. Suddenly, one day, the Calamity Sword reappeared. Calamity Sword? Chu Yang's heart beat violently. At this moment, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Only he knew about the appearance of the Calamity Sword. Why did it seem like the whole world knew about it? When calamity appears, the wind and clouds dance. When calamity is destroyed, the stars cry. When heaven and earth changes, the fate of the world changes. This is a saying that has been passed down in the heaven-level continent for 10,000 years. It's also a prophecy left by the supreme martial artist Chen Luyun 10,000 years ago. When the man in black said the 3 words Chen Luyun, the respect on his face was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. Supreme martial artist Chen Luyun was also one of the only 2 supreme martial artists in the history of the heaven-level continent. In this world, there were no supreme martial artists originally. However, after these 2 people broke through the last barrier, there were supreme martial artists. the morning breeze in the universe, the clouds outside the sky. Supreme Martial Artist Chen Luyun, Supreme Martial Artist Chen Luyun, the eternal legends of the heaven-level continent. Chu Yang naturally knew about Chen Luyun. However, he didn't know that Chen Luyun had left such a prophecy. This sentence means that once the Calamity Sword finds its true master, heaven and earth will definitely change greatly. The entire structure of the heaven-level continent will also change. Therefore, once the Calamity Sword appears, all the descendants of the big clans must experience the martial world and wait for the calamity. Legend has it that the calamity of the Calamity Sword is to rule the big clans of the heaven-level continent. To face the calamity, only after this turmoil, the big clans will be ranked again to determine the strong and the weak. They will decide the ownership of the upper three heavens and the lower three heavens. Only then will it come to an end. The man in black took another sip of wine and said, "And the master of the Calamity Sword is the most important person." Ah, 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 ah. Chu Yang opened his mouth like a dying catfish. With his composure, he actually didn't know what to say at this moment. "Are you shocked?" The black-clothed man proudly shook the wine jar. He was very satisfied with Chu Yang's expression. This matter was no longer a secret in the aristocratic families of the three heavens. He didn't expect that when he spoke of it, this fellow would be so shocked. This caused the black-clothed man's heart to fill with a sense of accomplishment. Ah, shocking. This is too shocking. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking rice. He thought, "I'm not just shocked. I'm shocked to the point of turning the world upside down. Tribulation Swordmaster? Isn't that referring to me? Could it be that I have such an ability?" Even the upper three heavens and the upper three heavens were shaken by a mere martial warrior? Speaking of which, this is not a good thing. Motherfucker. The black-clothed man's face was suddenly filled with anger. The birth of the Calamity Sword is not a big deal, but it is related to the ranking of the big clans. Therefore, the young disciples of the various aristocratic families had one requirement when they came out for training, and that was to suppress the disciples of the other aristocratic families. If he couldn't suppress it, he could just kill it. In any case, we have to do everything we can to weaken them. Chu Yang held his forehead and secretly rolled his eyes. And the mortal enemies of our Mo clan are the Mo clan and the Yin clan. Although they seem to be at peace on the surface for hundreds of years, they are constantly fighting in the dark. This time, the birth of the Calamity Sword has exposed the conflict between the three big clans, especially the younger generation. It is a life and death situation. The black-clothed man sighed. This time, the two young masters came out to gain experience and brought 3 guards with them. The young miss made a fuss and wanted to come out to play. The clan master also felt that with 3 king-level experts protecting her, nothing could go wrong. So, he allowed her to come out. He also sent me to protect the young Mississippi. He sighed and raised his head to drink. He sighed. I really failed to live up to Clan Master's great trust for king-level experts to protect her. Chu Yang's brain short-circuited. The Mo clan of the 3 heavens? Was it that awesome? And under the protection of 4 king-level experts, Mo Qingwu actually suffered such injuries? Were these 4 king-level masters incompetent? King-level experts are considered top figures in the 3 heavens. But this time, the young disciples are going to train in the martial world. It will decide the survival of the entire clan for hundreds or thousands of years from now. Compared to this, what are king-level experts? The black-clothed man looked disdainful. He completely forgot that he was also a king-level expert. I see. Chu Yang's face became serious. He had heard Gu Duxing talk about the 3 Heavens clan training in the martial world, but he didn't expect it to be so grand and far-reaching now. It seemed that he had to re-evaluate some things. After coming out, the eldest young master and the second young master had a conflict. They quarreled for an entire afternoon and parted on bad terms. The eldest young master took his 2 brothers to Great Zhao, and the second young master took Miss to go sightseeing. When they arrived at the Lianyun Mountains, there were rumors that there were ruins under the cliff. After the second young master saw some things, he suspected that it was the remains of a monarch-level expert. Plus, the place was very desolate, so he wanted to go and take a look. I accompanied Miss to wait on the cliff while the second young master and Mo Lao San went down. Not long after they went down, the whole slanting valley suddenly burst into flames. They were ambushed by the enemy. This is a trap, Chu Yang said with certainty. He couldn't help but despise this second young master. If there were really remains of a monarch-level expert, would you have the chance to come down from the three heavens? Such an obvious trap, and he actually stepped into it with his sister. What a retard. Slap. The black-clothed man slapped his thigh and said with a tone of heroes think alike, "Who said it wasn't? It was a trap, Sai." Mo Lao San and I tried to persuade the second young master several times, but he didn't listen. Sai. I carried Miss and escaped from the fire with great difficulty. Then, we were surrounded by the Hayamo. Sai. Miss has the Three Meridian. If she grows up, she will become a great expert even if she is a girl. But the Hayamo wanted to kill her because of this. 12 revered martial artists and the Saber Sword Kings attacked at the same time. I almost lost my life there. Even Miss was hit by the Hayamo Sword King's sword. Fortunately, she was far away. But she almost... The black-clothed man's face was full of anger. Motherfucker, this debt will be settled sooner or later. However, he didn't notice that ever since he mentioned the words Three Meridians, Chu Yang had suddenly become silent. The Mo clan values Qing Wu's Three Meridian very much? Chu Yang asked cautiously. Of course. The Three Meridian only appears in women. Once it appears, the future of this woman is immeasurable. Even if she becomes an emperor-level expert, it won't be surprising. Moreover, our Mo clan had a great-grandmother who had the Three Meridian. She left behind a set of cultivation methods for the Three Meridian. Miss only needs to follow it step by step, and her path will be smooth and smooth. The black-clothed man said proudly. It could be seen that this man loved and cared for his Miss very much. Moreover, he was very proud of Mo Qing Wu. What if the Three Meridian is destroyed? What will happen? Chu Yang asked in a low voice. What will happen? The Three Meridian will be destroyed? The black-clothed man looked at him in shock. Suddenly, he stood up with a schwa sound. The wine jar in his hand fell to the ground with a bang sound. He stared at Chu Yang. I mean if... Chu Yang said softly. If... The black-clothed man murmured weakly. He suddenly remembered that Mo Qing Wu had been hit by a sword. That sword was on her chest, and that was where the Three Meridian gathered. He was stunned for a long time. Then, he said in a low voice, If, Miss Life is over. His voice was full of grief and loss. Over? Chu Yang frowned. He faintly revealed a dangerous aura. How is it over? The black-clothed man smiled bitterly and said, In every clan or country, there will always be a lot of good-for-nothings among the daughters of the clan masters. These people are debauches, rude, and unreasonable. They don't even know martial arts. They are all the same. They all have their own positions and their own values. Chu Yang nodded silently. And these good-for-nothings are the daughters of the clan masters. The role they play is also very big, because they are usually used to form alliances through marriage. They are tools to consolidate power. The black-clothed man smiled bitterly. There are many strong forces. Everyone is walking on thin ice. Even if two forces want to form an alliance, there must be a legitimate reason. It's not like you can form an alliance just because you want to. Once your power expands too quickly, other forces will join together to attack you. And at this time, if you want to form an alliance, you don't want to be attacked. First, it's a master and a disciple. Second, it's a marriage alliance. Chu Yang quietly helped him continue. And the master and disciple will have the depression of having their clan's unique skills stolen by others. This will lead to hidden dangers. It's far less worth it to form an alliance through marriage with the good-for-nothings of the clan. As for these good-for-nothing brothers, even if they were to be married, they would still be able to bring great contributions to the family. This is where their value lies. Yes, it's like that. The black-clothed man lowered his head and said, The Mo clan also has such descendants. And these people usually don't participate in the ranking of the clan because they don't deserve it. Like the clan master's eldest son, Mo Tianxing, Because of his good-for-nothings, he was demoted to a third official at the age of 11. Although he is the eldest, he still has to call his younger brother elder brother. If Miss Threen Meridian is destroyed then? The black-clothed man suddenly became anxious. He asked loudly, "Little brother, what will happen to Miss? If her Threen Meridian is destroyed, will the clan immediately give up on her? Will she become a tool to form an alliance through marriage?" Chu Yang's eyes were very cold. His voice was also very cold. He didn't care about the anxiety of this king-level master. Chapter 112. With a distressed expression, he continued, "Moreover, young Miss has always been on good terms with the second Duke, but she isn't very harmonious with the Grand Duke. The second Duke and the Grand Duke, on the other hand, are very competitive. The Grand Duke is very popular in the family, and the majority of the elders also support the Grand Duke. If there are no accidents, the Grand Duke will definitely take over the position of clan master. If young Miss, the consequences are unimaginable." Chu Yang nodded deeply, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Imo Qingwu didn't stay in her clan in her previous life. It seemed that something had happened because of this. For such a big clan, what kinship was there? Imo Qingwu had always been close to second brother, and her Three Meridian had unknowingly created power for her second brother. How could the Grand Duke not hold a grudge? Now that something had happened to her, wouldn't the Grand Duke be in the mood? Why would he help his sister? And once he gained power, how could Imo Qingwu have a good life? The third Duke of the Imo clan is called Imo Tianxing? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. This name felt familiar to him. He couldn't help but ask, "Then what is the name of the Grand Duke in the clan now?" When he asked this question, Chu Yang felt that his heart was thumping twice. Imo Tianyun. The man in black exhaled. He is the second son of the clan master. He is now the eldest and the first successor. What about the second Duke? Chu Yang asked anxiously. The second Duke is Imo Tianji. In the Imo clan, the Grand Duke is brave and good at fighting, and the second Duke is resourceful. This is publicly known. Don't you know? The man in black looked at Chu Yang strangely and didn't understand his reaction. Moreover, since you know Imo Qingwu, why don't you know Imo Tianyun and Imo Tianji? Imo Tianji? Imo Tianji. Chu Yang's whole body shook, and he muttered again, Imo Tianji. Imo Tianji, a lifelong friend of his previous life, the young clan lord of the Imo clan, who had set up a deadly ambush in the upper three heavens and killed him on the spot, was actually Imo Qingwu's brother? He couldn't help but snort and say, "So easy to be schemed against and fall into a trap. How can you be considered resourceful?" Cough, cough. The temptation of a monarch-level experts remains. "Little brother, what is your name?" The black-clothed man suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "I am sorry. My name is Imo Chengyu. My name is Chu Yang." Chu Yang was a little absent-minded. He was still immersed in the shock brought by the three words Imo Tianji. Chu Yang had never understood why Imo Tianji wanted to harm him. In his previous life, the two of them had drunk wine and chatted countless times. They had confided in each other countless times, and they had talked through the night. It could be said that Imo Tianji had countless opportunities to kill him, but until then, he had never revealed any of it. In fact, Chu Yang could feel that Imo Tianji sincerely wanted to be friends with him. They also sincerely appreciated each other. In the past 3 days, Imo Tianji had been the one who had helped him resolve the numerous crises he had faced. This was the only reason why Chu Yang didn't understand why Imo Tianji wanted to kill him. Today, he finally knew the answer to the riddle. And it was for his younger sister, Imo Qingwu. Revenge. He remembered the last time the two of them drank together until they were dead drunk. They talked about the impermanence of the world and sighed endlessly. Then, for some reason, they talked about the pain in each other's hearts and the things they regretted the most. Chu Yang's thoughts flashed like lightning. A scene from the past suddenly appeared in his mind. The thing I regret the most is my little sister. My favorite little sister. At that time, Imo Tianji had drunk a lot when he was talking. His face was full of tears. My little sister met a heartless man. She gave up everything for this man, but was heartlessly abandoned. She even died because of this man. I asked her many times who this man was when she was alive. But my little sister never told me. Mo Tianji's tears and murderous aura bloomed together. He fiercely gritted his teeth and said, "If I knew who that man was, I would tear him to pieces. Even if he was the son of the overlord of upper three heavens, I would kill him. Even if I had to sacrifice the entire Emo clan, I would do it. My biggest regret is that I don't know who the man who killed my little sister is." Emo Tianji lowered his head and cried bitterly. Chu Yang was also drunk at that time. He couldn't help but ask, "What's your little sister's name?" "My little sister's name. I never dare to mention it. Once I mention it, I'm heartbroken." Emo Tianji smiled bitterly. He leaned on the table and murmured, Little sister, why didn't you wait until the day second brother took charge of the clan?" Emo Tianji's words stirred up Chu Yang's thoughts. When he thought of Emo Qingwu, he also felt sad. Thus, he told him about his relationship with Emo Qingwu. He remembered that at that time, he talked endlessly for the whole night. As for Emo Tianji, he started to stare at him when he was halfway through. His gaze seemed very strange, but he was immersed in his thoughts and didn't notice at all. The next day, Emo Tianji left without saying goodbye and disappeared without a trace. As for himself, he found Emo Tianji's sword in front of his door. The sword that he treasured like his life was broken in front of his door, broken into 2 pieces. From then on, he never saw Emo Tianji again. He always thought that something had happened to Emo Tianji. He even looked for him, but when he went to find the 5th fragment of the Calamity Sword, he was ambushed by Emo Tianji. Everything was clear now, so that's why. He left without saying goodbye, and his sword was broken in 2. This was a sign of breaking all ties. Ambushing to kill him was to avenge his little sister. Even though he never mentioned Emo Qingwu's name, with Emo Tianji's intelligence, how could he not know that he was the culprit who killed his little sister? Chu Yang let out a long sigh. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, Emo Qingwu's small body on the bed moved. She let out a painful groan and slowly opened her eyes. She slowly turned her head and looked at the 2 of them, a pair of jet black, sparkling eyes that were as pure as water. Chu Yang was almost lost in this pair of eyes at the first moment. Emo Qingwu frowned slightly as if she felt the pain in her body. When she saw Emo Qingyu next to her, she couldn't help but pout her small mouth and her eyes filled with tears. She was like a bullied little girl who suddenly saw her family. "Little miss, you're awake? How is your wound? Does it hurt?" Emo Qingyu quickly and carefully moved closer. His body was hidden from Chu Yang's line of sight. "Uncle Qingyu." Emo Qingwu's tears dripped down as she pitifully said, "It hurts. Be good. Don't cry. Uncle Chu is here. Don't let Uncle Chu see you like a joke." Emo Qingyu quickly comforted her. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but feel heartache. "Little miss, this time it is all thanks to Uncle Chu Yang." Chu Yang stood to the side, stunned. His whole body twitched, and his face was full of black lines. "Uncle Chu Yang? That's my wife." Chu Yang almost wanted to stand up and raise his arms in anger. Emo Qingwu softly snorted and raised the back of her hand to wipe her tears. She looked at Chu Yang and her small face blushed. She nodded and saluted. "This niece thanks Uncle Chu Yang. Little Wu will never forget Uncle Chu Yang's life-saving grace." Chu Yang hurriedly shook his hand. He chuckled and said, It's nothing. This cough cough cough. I'm not much older than you. You can just call me elder brother Chu Yang. Calling me uncle makes me sound old." Emo Qingwu's delicate little face was startled. She raised her head and looked at Emo Qingyu with her big eyes. Emo Qingyu glared at her and said, "That won't do. You cannot mess with seniority. How can you call someone who should be called Uncle Chu Yang brother? Absolutely not." Chu Yang's face suddenly became bitter. He looked at Emo Qingyu and frowned. He really wanted to drag this guy out and rape him. Earlier, he thought he was a loyal and courageous man. Now, why did he become so annoying? "Uncle Chu Yang." The little girl pouted. "I want to drink water." Oh. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly brought the water over. "Ah, it seems like I have to be this uncle for a few more days. Let me do it." Imo Chung-yu's protectiveness was clearly too strong. He took the water from Chu Yang's hand and carefully fed Imo Ching-woo. Uncle Chung-yu, when will my second brother come? Imo Ching-woo blinked her long eyelashes. Her small face was full of grievances. I want second brother to beat up all those bad people. Ah, second brother. Will be here soon? Imo Chung-yu was a bit embarrassed. Was Imo Tianji still at the bottom of the cliff? Or was he also ambushed? How would he know when Imo Tianji would come? He gently helped Imo Ching-woo lie down. It must have affected her wound. The little girl's eyebrows furrowed again. Chu Yang and Imo Chung-yu's hearts twitched. Imo Chung-yu held Imo Ching-woo's small hand, and a stream of energy slowly entered her meridians to check her injuries. Suddenly, his face changed. His tanned face turned as white as snow in a blink of an eye. His whole body trembled. Then, he was dumbstruck. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and said in a heartbroken voice, How could this be? He discovered the problem with Imo Ching-woo's 3-yin meridian. Earlier, when he heard Chu Yang's probing, he already had an ominous feeling. However, his heart still held on to a sliver of hope. Now that he had confirmed this bad news, he felt as if the world was spinning. Uncle Chung-yu, what's wrong? Imo Ching-woo cried out in panic. Uncle is fine, Uncle is fine. This is just some congested blood. After spitting it out, my chest feels much better. Imo Chung-yu forced a smile and pretended to be relaxed. You should have a good sleep first. Once you wake up, everything will be fine. Okay. Imo Ching-woo obediently closed her eyes. Then, she opened them again and said shyly, Uncle Chung-yu, you and Uncle Chu Yang are here watching me. I can't sleep. Another Uncle Chu Yang? Chu Yang looked up at the sky and sighed. His heart was so tangled that he was about to suffer from internal injuries. Why can't you sleep? Imo Chung-yu asked strangely. With Uncle here, you can relax. Chapter 113. Ha ha ha. Imo Chung-yu laughed, little girl. You know how to be careful between men and women? Okay, I will talk outside with your Uncle Chu Yang. Little lady, if you feel any discomfort, remember to call me. He turned his head to look at Chu Yang. Brother Chu, why are we talking outside? Suddenly, he was startled as if he had just discovered a new continent. Brother Chu, why is your face so ugly? Chu Yang weakly rolled his eyes. He thought in his heart, why is my complexion so ugly? Why is my face so ugly? My good wife was turned into your niece by you. The fact that I did not break down and commit suicide on the spot is already very good. Was Du Shiqing the one who cured the little miss? What did Du Shiqing say? Imo Chung-yu frowned as he sat with Chu Yang on the steps in front of the door. His heart was heavy. Ever since he found out that Imo Ching-woo's 3-yin meridian was damaged, Imo Chung-yu felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. His whole body was like a volcano on the verge of erupting, filled with the gloominess of a mountain storm. Senior Du said that even if all the great medicines in the world were gathered together, they would not be able to. Chu Yang had a good impression of this king-level master who was loyal to his master. Therefore, he did not hide anything and spoke frankly. Then, he looked into Imo Ching-yu's eyes. Senior Imo, Ching-woo's injury does not have a cure for now. If you let her go back to the clan, I am afraid she would not be able to bear it. How about staying here with me? Imo Chung-yu's black eyebrows tightly knitted together. He sighed deeply and said, No. Why? Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he became furious. Don't tell me that you want to take her back and let her suffer endless pain. You should know that her 3-yin meridian is damaged, so the clan's attitude will change immediately. You and I both know what kind of treatment a little brother without any value will receive. Pain is also a member of the Imo clan. Imo Chung-yu sighed deeply. In a clan, the clan's interest is more important than anything else. You should know this. Even though you saved her life, to the Imo clan, you are still a stranger. Imo Chung-yu grunted. Even if we take her back and treat her worse than before, it is still better than leaving her in the hands of a stranger. Even if you are our savior, it is still the same. Moreover, with your current strength, you simply don't have the strength to protect her. If Hei Hui comes, do you think you can protect the little miss with your power? Emo Chung Yu's cold words made Chu Yang feel powerless. This was the truth. No matter what, the fact that he was weak was the cruel reality. Even if Chu Yang had the power of a martial arts grandmaster, he was confident that he could contend with the black demon with the calamity sword. But right now, he was only a martial warrior. He wasn't even a martial master. Once the black devil came, Emo Qingwu would definitely die. That would not be protecting her, but harming her. But how could Chu Yang bear to let Emo Qingwu go back and face the cold-heartedness of the Emo clan? Young Miss is still the family head's flesh and blood. Emo Chengyu casually said, even without the Three Meridian, she would still have a good life in the family. Do you believe what you just said? Chu Yang coldly looked at him. You are a king-level master. If your cultivation was suddenly destroyed and you became an ordinary person, even if no one came to bully you, would you be able to handle it? But people have to face reality. Emo Chengyu lowered his voice and roared, do you think I don't care? When the little miss was born, her Three Meridian was determined. Then, I was appointed to be her guide and guardian. From the time she was babbling until today, I watched her grow up like she was my own daughter. When he was injured, he could not wait to treat her with his own body. Do you understand this kind of feeling? I know that when she returns to the family, the little Miss's power will be taken away. She will not feel good, but only in the family can her life be saved. Anywhere else is not possible. If I cannot do it, you definitely cannot. Emo Cheng-yu's eyes became bloodshot as he glared at Chu Yang. His suppressed emotions suddenly exploded. But I will not allow her to be bullied by you after she returns. Chu Yang did not budge an inch. You won't allow it? What can you do? Emo Cheng-yu indifferently looked at him. Although his words were harsh, they were very serious and full of pain. Chu Yang, you saved us, and I am very grateful to you. That is why I am talking to you nicely. But you must know your own weight. The Emo clan is not something you can change, and it is not something I can change. What if I want to force you to stay? Chu Yang's pupils shrank as he asked. Right now, I am seriously injured. If you force me to stay, I can only stay here for now. But you must think about the consequences of forcing me to stay. Although I believe you do not have any evil intentions, if the Emo clan finds out, it will only bring you disaster. If the Emo clan finds out, they will also come to take you away. If the Yin clan finds out, they will also raise this place to the ground. Emo Cheng-yu snorted and said, You are a smart person. You will not make such a stupid decision. Chu Yang's head hurt. Forcing her to stay was just an impulse. He knew it was impossible. But he had finally met Emo Ching-wu, and under these circumstances, how could he let her go back and suffer? Would he repeat the mistakes of his previous life? But if he did not let her go back, Emo Cheng-yu's words were not wrong. Although Chu Yang did not want to admit it, he did not have the ability to protect Emo Ching-wu. If he let Emo Ching-wu stay, it would only harm her and himself. Emo Cheng-yu coming to Iron Cloud Citadel to find Du Shiqing was not something that could be hidden from those who were interested. Even at this moment, the pursuers were probably already on the way. They could come here at any moment. This matter, we need to think about it at length. After thinking for a long time, Chu Yang decided to take a step back. Senior Emo, whether you stay or not, your injuries need to be healed as soon as possible. If the enemy chases you, you will have the power to fight. As for the other matters, we will wait for Emo Tianji to come here, then we can think about it at length. This was the best delaying tactic Chu Yang could think of. When he said the words, Emo Tianji, Chu Yang's heart was filled with bitterness. He did not know how to describe the feeling in his heart. He could not help but secretly sigh. This is the only way. My injuries will not be healed in half a month. Emo Cheng-yu's voice was filled with sadness and disappointment. He was sad for himself and for Emo Ching-wu. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of guilt and self-blame. His job was to protect the young miss, but the young miss was hurt so badly that she could never recover from it. All these emotions weighed down on him, causing his heart to almost collapse. He knew that Chu Yang's method was the best. He really needed to recover from his injuries. If he forced the young miss to leave while his injuries were not healed, he was afraid that the enemy would cut him into pieces along the way. I have medicine here. It was given to me by Senior Du Shiqing. You are a king-level martial artist, so you naturally know what medicine you need. If you do not have it here, you can ask me. Chu Yang said slowly. Good. Chu Yang paced 2 steps and said, but if you stay here, if the enemy comes, it will be troublesome. It would be better to go to the secret underground room and wait until your injuries are almost healed before coming out. He smiled and said, as you said, if the Hayamo army comes, I will not be able to stop them. Please do not blame me for being too careful. The secret underground room was specially arranged by Chu Yang. Moreover, it was very deep. This was to prepare for the second part of the sword. The location of the secret room was right above the second part of the sword. According to Chu Yang's estimation, he would only need to dig another 20 feet to get the second part of the sword. At this moment, it had become a shelter. This is a safe method. I am not so pedantic. Imo Chengyu sighed in his heart. If Imo Qingwu was not by his side, as a king-level martial artist, he would rather die in battle than hide like a rat in a hole. But now, there was nothing he could do. Wait a moment, I will arrange it. There were no servants on the island where the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was located, so Chu Yang had to do it himself. He made the bed and lit the oil lamp. All kinds of animal fur and cotton blankets were spread out as if they were free. After half an hour, 2 rooms were made. Imo Qingwu's room had been made cozy and warm by Chu Yang. Moreover, the 4 walls had been tightly covered with snow-white cloth. He had even prepared a fragrance at the head of the bed, making the entire room fragrant. TSK, TSK. Of course, Imo Chengyu's room paled in comparison. He only threw the things inside and said to Imo Chengyu, you can do it yourself? As long as it can sleep. Imo Chengyu was so angry that he almost choked. While Chu Yang was busy, Imo Chengyu's eyes were fixed on Chu Yang. He felt that this young man was full of mysteries. Who is he? Why does he know the young miss? Moreover, it seems that he cares for the young miss to the point of being meticulous. His martial power is not high either. I know all the young talents of the clans in the 3 heavens. Even if I have not seen them, I have heard people describe them. There is no such person among them. How strange. But since Chu Yang did not want to talk about these things, he naturally would not ask. At least the other party did not have any evil intentions. This was absolutely true. After everything was ready, Chu Yang picked up the sleeping Imo Qingwu and slowly walked down. When Chu Yang reached out to pick up Imo Qingwu, Imo Chengyu also reached out, but Chu Yang gave him a sharp stare. Imo Chengyu was a king-level master, but this stare made him unconsciously shiver. Then Chu Yang said, you are so heavily injured. What if you fall and hurt her? Imo Chengyu was defeated, so he could only follow behind Chu Yang. Looking at Imo Qingwu sleeping soundly in the secret room, Chu Yang rubbed his hands and said, Senior Imo, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Imo Chengyu was depressed. Why is Zhou Kai scared after being glared at by this little guy? Damn, this old man is a king-level master. What is this little guy's level? Why am I scared of him? What the hell? Chapter 114. Wait until she wakes up. Can we change the way we address each other? Chu Yang scratched his head in embarrassment. His face also turned red for the first time. You see, I'm only 10 years old this year. In fact, I haven't even celebrated my birthday yet. But I'm already an uncle. This is too much. You are only 10 years old? Imo Chengyu was stunned. This guy seems to have power and influence. Plus, he does things according to the rules. His mind is very meticulous. Aside from being a little impulsive when it comes to the little miss, everything else is well thought out. Yet, he is only 10 years old? Yes. Chu Yang chuckled. He did not ask about shoes. Imo Chengyu happily agreed. He had thought about it, and felt that it was inappropriate for Imo Qingwu to call Chu Yang uncle. Pu Qingwu was only 10 years old. Calling him uncle was not a problem. But when Imo Tianji and Imo Tianyun arrived, they were much older than Chu Yang. They were Imo Qingwu's blood brother and sister. They were of the same generation. Plus, Chu Yang was so nice to the little miss. Calling him uncle or brother would be the same. He cared so much about this title. It seemed like he really liked the little miss. Ah, the little miss was smart. Everyone loved her. No wonder Chu Yang liked her so much. At this moment, Imo Chengyu's heart was filled with pride. Of course, Imo Chung, you would never have thought that Chu Yang would be so beastly as to have feelings for an 8-year-old girl. This was simply impossible. No matter who it was, seeing an 8-year-old girl, no one would be so beastly as to have such thoughts, right? But Chu Yang just had to do it, because this was not someone else. This was Imo Ching Wu. Chu Yang stood under the night sky. He did not sleep at all. Tonight, he did not practice martial arts for the first time. One moment he smiled, the next he frowned, and the next he sighed. I finally met her, but I got hurt, and she is still so young. King of Hell Chu was a little troubled. Oh my God, when will she grow up? How can I control this? Being overly protective would create a feeling of being an elder, and that would be counterproductive. Girls at this age were at their most malleable. If they were to be left with the impression of being an uncle with a deep-rooted motive, then everything would be for naught. If he was too distant from her, it would cause her to dislike him. What if she hated him from a young age? That would be even harder to deal with. Moreover, how should Imo Ching Wu's injury be treated? Thinking of this, Chu Yang's heart was in a mess. Her injury is curable. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, the voice in his consciousness suddenly appeared. Can the tribulation sword be cured? Chu Yang was overjoyed like a drowning man who had suddenly grabbed onto a life-saving straw. That's right. Xiao Hun seemed to sigh as well. Looks like this guy's inner demons are really stubborn. Imo Chingwu is only a year old, and this guy is actually lovesick. And he's actually not practicing martial arts. That wouldn't do. Don't forget that tribulation's carvings have the effect of purifying medicinal power. Moreover, the core essence of the medicine has been cut off by tribulation. That is the real life-saving thing. Xiao Hun said helplessly, "Look at your dantian at the sword hilt." Chu Yang was overjoyed. He calmed his mind and checked. In his dantian, at the illusory transparent sword hilt, there was half a drop of something dark inside. This is it? Yes, this is it. As long as it becomes a drop, I can take it out and heal Imo Chingwu's injury. Xiao Hun said, but there is one thing that needs to be done first. Just accumulating medicinal power alone won't achieve this goal. You have to get the second fragment of tribulation before you can gather enough medicinal power for this drop of heavy pill. You can take it out. I will gather enough medicinal power in the shortest time, at all costs, and advance to the second fragment of tribulation. Chu Yang's eyes focused as he said quietly, "Let's hope so. But I have to remind you, within a year. I'm afraid you won't be able to meet this requirement." Xiao Hun reminded him, "If you forcibly take out the heavy pill before it reaches that level, not only will it not be beneficial, it will also be harmful." Xiao Hun sighed and said, "Originally, I could have hastened its ripening, but what? I almost forgot. You are Tribulation Sword Xiao Hun. Of course you can do it." Chu Yang said happily, "Hastening the ripening process, wouldn't everything be fine?" "You idiot." Xiao Hun was depressed. "You didn't realize that I exist in your consciousness, but tribulation is in your dantian? I have not become one with him. How can I hasten its ripening? Moreover, during this time, you only got so many medicinal materials from tribulation. Tribulation has already absorbed all of them. Even with the materials from Beyond the Heavens sect, there is less than half a pill. How can it be easy to gather enough? Plus, what you have in Ironcloud Citadel are all ordinary herbs. With these, even if you absorb 100 times more, it will not become a heavy pill." Xiao Hun poured a bucket of cold water on Chu Yang. "As long as there is hope, I will try my best to get it. If these herbs are not enough, then I will go look for other treasures. Whether it is stealing, robbing, or cheating, I will get it." Chu Yang said fiercely, "Even if I have to rob all of the great clans in heaven, I will get this heavy pill. You have guts." Xiao Hun said with either admiration or speechlessness. Then he disappeared without a trace. Now, this little guy should have enough motivation and pressure, right? With his current martial warrior cultivation, he actually wanted to rob all of the great clans in heaven. If this was not praise, then there was nothing else to say. Xiao Hun was very proud after he disappeared. Chu Yang sank into a deep state of meditation. There was never a moment when he was so eager to increase his strength. Qing Wu is in danger. I have to protect her. The next morning, Chu Yang looked around the heavenly armament pavilion at flowing rich lake. Then he gave Mo Chengyu some advice. Looking at Mo Cheng Wu's apple-like face, Chu Yang reluctantly left. When he arrived at Bu Tian Pavilion, he saw Cheng Yang sitting there with a frown on his face. Seeing Chu Yang with a ferocious mask, he could not help but jump in fright. He stood up with a guilty conscience. Last night, the operation did not go well? Chu Yang snorted. He suddenly felt that this old man was not pleasing to the eye. He was already in a bad mood. Early in the morning, what awaited him was news of a failed operation. Looking at this old man's widowed expression, Chu Yang knew for sure. I didn't catch anything last night. Yes, last night, we disguised ourselves and entered the Tang mansion. But we found that Tang Xian Sheng had already disappeared. His wife was at home, but in order to avoid alerting the enemy, we only set up surveillance cameras and did not disturb them. Cheng Ong said carefully. Strangely enough, Cheng Ong was a revered martial artist. His cultivation was much higher than Chu Yang's. But when Chu Yang glared at him, Cheng Ong felt his legs tremble. Tang Xian Sheng is gone, but Old Basket is still here? Behind the mask, Chu Yang grinned. This guy is really ruthless. In order to set up a trap, he actually used his own wife as bait. I don't know if he's really an old man or if he's just pretending, but it's not like we didn't get anything out of it. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, Boss faintly heard Jinxiao's voice. It turned out that an invisible flying insect had flown into the Tang family. I caught it. Cheng Ong was a little proud. He took out a bird from his bosom as if he was presenting a treasure. After all, the formless mound came and went without a trace. It was extremely difficult to catch one. Not to mention a revered martial artist, even a martial king would not be able to catch up to its speed, let alone see through its disguise. However, Cheng Ong was a lucky bastard. He did not catch Tang Xian Sheng. He knew that when he returned, he would definitely be scolded by King of Hell Chu. Therefore, he persevered and waited there. Just as dawn was about to break in the east, the invisible falcon had coincidentally flown over thousands of miles and arrived here. It was the most tiring time, and the time was just right. It was already dawn, but the invisible falcon was still in the middle of the night. How could it not attract people's attention? Therefore, Cheng Ong was able to catch it in one fell swoop. Not bad. It must have been hard for you to bring a net with you, Chu Yang said in a sarcastic tone. It was hard to tell whether he was praising or winking. Cheng Ang's old face turned red. He was a little embarrassed. Because Cheng Ong liked to eat good food, he especially liked to eat the meat of birds. From eagles to sparrows, everything was delicious to Cheng Ong. Therefore, he always carried a small net with him. The harder it was to catch a bird, the more delicious it was to Cheng Ong. Even at Bu Tian Pavilion, as long as Cheng Ong was present, there would be an extra dish on the table. This guy was so greedy that he would not even let a bat go. This was purely a blind cat catching a dead end, and that formless nose just so coincidentally fell into his hands. It really was the heavenly sect. It was so coincidental that it was unbelievable. Chu Yang removed a small bamboo tube from the invisible falcon's feather. He poured out a small dragon ball and sealed it tightly. He pinched the dragon ball with his finger and a small crack appeared on it. A ball of paper rolled out. He carefully opened it and flattened it. On it was written, "Dangerous." Only these two words were scribbled, but they were written with strong strokes and silver hooks. Although the handwriting was scribbled, it contained a sense of majesty. It was steady and agile. The signature was a faint seal. The two words Diwu could be faintly seen. It was written by Diwu Qing Ro himself. Chu Yang's words made Cheng Ang's spirit rise. It seems that I still underestimated Tang Xian Sheng. This is a big fish that I have never seen before. Chu Yang's face was heavy. He carefully put the note Diwu Qing Ro wrote into his bosom. Diwu Qing Ro's Golden Horse Riders Department had countless people who had important information, but he personally wrote a letter for Tang Xian Sheng. How could Chu Yang not know the meaning behind this? Tang Xian Sheng's importance could be imagined. Chapter 115. What we need to pay attention to now is not to alert the enemy. People like Tang Xian Sheng have countless ways to escape from Ironcloud Citadel. Chu Yang pondered. Plus, this Tang Xian Cha, is he really just a simple scholar? Does he have a peerless martial art? That is hard to say. We need to inform Heavenly Secret Hall about this and carefully investigate. I missed so much. Wu Qian sucked in a breath of cold air. Chu Yang's analysis included countermeasures and counterattacks. From Diwu Qingro to Tang Xian Shang, he analyzed everything. Wu Qian suddenly felt that if Chu Yang really captured Tang Xian Shang, Diwu Qingro would suffer a great loss. Of course, that was if Chu Yang's speculation was correct. However, Chu Yang's analysis also missed one thing. Wu Qian was sensitive enough to find out. Chu Yang, you said so much, but you did not say. If the enemy's king-level master really came, how would you deal with him? How would we stop him? How would we arrange things? Chu Yang rubbed his temples and frowned. This is the only thing I am worried about. We do not have a king-level master. Facing a king-level master, we have no good way to deal with him. Chu Yang sighed. We definitely have one on Tai's side. Otherwise, Diwu Qingro would not let go of the chance to easily assassinate Tai. However, as long as he comes to protect me, Tai's side will be in danger. We cannot take this risk. Wu Qian's beautiful face turned pale. Is there really no way? Chu Yang's gaze was profound as he slowly said, I only hope that he doesn't come so quickly. Then, he shook his head and said, but, judging from Diwu Qingro's swift and decisive style, this person is probably already on the way. Wu Qian suddenly felt her heart sink. She looked at Chu Yang's eyes with tears in them. She knew that Chu Yang was only a martial warrior. In the face of an assassination by a king-level master, he would not have the slightest ability to fight back. The current Bu Tian pavilion, in front of the opponent's king-level expert, was practically nothing. Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. If things were really as he guessed, then he really didn't have anyone protecting him. Gu Duxing had gone out to recruit soldiers, and it was not certain when he would return. Mo Chengyu was seriously injured, and it would take a while for him to recover. Plus, even if he had the strength to fight, he would have to guard against He and I. As for a revered saber master like Cheng Ong, Chu Yang reckoned that Cheng Ong would be nothing more than food in front of a king-level expert. If Black Devil and Golden Horse Riders Department's experts were to find this place together, then there would be more than 3 king-level experts coming to cause trouble for him. Even in his previous life, he would not have been able to withstand such a lineup, let alone now that he was a martial warrior. Moreover, besides Diwu Qingro and Heimo, there was also the possibility of the Yin clan. This matter was really quite serious. Chu Yang closed his eyes and pondered. He wanted to find a way out of this mess. To avoid or resolve this crisis, these are just our guesses. Maybe a king-level expert won't come? Wu Qian said weakly. Impossible. If we can think of this, how can Diwu Qingro not think of this? You have to know that with Diwu Qingro's deep foresight, he can only think further than us. He will not miss anything. Chu Yang said softly. Meticulous planning. Diwu Qingro was worthy of these words. Even the current Mo Tianji was still a child. He was far from reaching the level of the master of calculation and manipulation. But Diwu Qingro had been immersed in this realm for many years. How could he not think of this? Chu Zai thought quietly, and his brows furrowed together unconsciously. For a long time, he could not figure out anything. If it was purely about intelligence, even if Chu Yang was not as good as Diwu Qingro, he would not be so helpless. But in the face of such absolute martial strength, he really could not think of a way. Hiding was not something that could be avoided. Tai Bu Tian's side could not protect him. According to Chu Yang's estimation, even if Tai Bu Tian had experts by his side, there would not be many. At most 1 or 2. If they came to protect him, the city gate would be empty. Tai Longcheng's side should also have experts, but he could not count on them. Bu Tian Pavilion's strength was not enough. His only hope now was the Mo clan side. But the ruthlessness of the Mo clan was something that Chu Yang deeply experienced. They might not help him just because he saved Mo Qingwu. Moreover, Mo Tianji was among the people who had come from the Mo clan. Chu Yang's feelings towards Mo Tianji were very complicated. But one thing was for sure. Even if Mo Tianji wanted to protect him because he saved his sister, Chu Yang would still refuse. This was related to a man's self-esteem. Chu Yang would not accept Mo Tianji's protection. Chu Yang's only advantage was that he had been deliberately creating a diversion during this period of time. As a result, not many people knew about his true appearance. Perhaps, this was the only advantage he could take advantage of when facing the assassination of a king-level master. We will cross that bridge when we come to it. Chu Yang could not figure it out, so he simply did not think about it. He stood up and said, "So what if it is a king-level master? He might not necessarily not die." With Calamity Sword in hand, as long as he could get close and have the opportunity to attack, he might be able to kill a king-level master. By the way, Chu Yang, the sect tournament of Beyond the Heavens sect has ended. Do you want to know the result? Wu Qianxian tried hard to make Chu Yang relax. Oh, how about Tan Tan? Chu Yang's mind turned. Thinking about what Wu Qianxian said, he suddenly felt that the words Beyond the Heavens sect were so distant. Master, Junior Martial Brother. This time's tournament was very cruel. Wu Qianxian said. A few martial uncle's disciples were killed or injured. Tan Tan did not participate. The people who died were mostly second martial uncle, fourth martial uncle, and martial uncle's disciples, right? Chu Yang smiled. Ah, how did you know? Wu Qianxian opened her black eyes wide. How could I not know? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. The traitor of Beyond the Heavens sect was most likely these three people. Li Jinsong had already been determined. The other two were the biggest suspects. The rewards for this tournament were much more generous than the previous ones. Wu Qianxian blinked her eyes in envy. When I first heard about it, I almost ran back to participate in the tournament, Chu Yang snickered. First, he threw out the temptation of great rewards. Then, he promised the position of the sect to lure the disciples to kill each other. With Wu Yunliang's skill, it was not difficult to do this. It seemed that Niao Yunliang had already started to clean up Beyond the Heavens sect. Tan Tan did not participate because he wanted to protect Niao Yunliang. When the sect was almost cleaned up, Niao Yunliang would come to Iron Cloud. At that time, it would be the beginning of the biggest trap. It would also be the biggest crisis for Beyond the Heavens sect. Hopefully, it would be delayed a little bit. Chu Yang thought to himself. In the near future, he really did not have the slightest confidence. I will go and capture Tang Exansheng first. Chu Yang sighed and walked out of the door. He was frowning a moment ago. But, the moment he let go of the load on his mind, he became relaxed. Only Wu Qianxian was frowning in her room. She was thinking hard. How to help Chu Yang escape this disaster? Thinking that Chu Yang might die, Wu Qianxian's heart ached. Why Chu Yang was expelled from the sect, she did not know. Why he came to Iron Cloud after being expelled, she also did not know. But she knew that Chu Yang would not abandon Beyond the Heavens sect. Chu Yang having such a position in Iron Cloud was the best thing for Beyond the Heavens sect. Chu Yang could not die. Perhaps there were other thoughts in her mind. Wu Qianxian did not know what she was thinking, or why she was so anxious. She was only thinking hard. Her eyes kept moving. Finally, Wu Qianxian's gaze fell on Chu Yang's room. It was the ferocious mask and the black robe that Chu Yang wore. She did not move for a long time. When Chu Yang came out, he had already returned to his normal chalky appearance. He swaggered through the streets. Tang Exansheng lived in Ironcloud Citadel. It was a very inconspicuous official's residence. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary residence. One would not be able to tell that it was the residence of a court official. There was only a big red plaque at the entrance with the two words, Tang Residence, written on it. It showed that the person in this courtyard was not an ordinary person. It was a big house with 3 rooms. It was located next to the residence. The entrance was a north and south heaven road. From the entrance, there was a 3-way intersection. Normally, officials would not choose a place like this because it was noisy. First, it was messy and everyone liked peace and quiet. Second, it was dangerous. On the street to the right of the house, there were a few other residences of officials. They were not close to each other. If one were to look at the residences of the officials, then Tang Exansheng's Tang Mansion was basically all alone. Behind the house, there was a forest that extended out. Chu Yang looked at the structure and location of the house and could not help but sigh. This house was clearly intentional. It was easy to escape, easy to do things in private, and easy to communicate with outsiders. However, the residences of officials were usually given by the court. What method did Tang Xi and Sheng use to get here? At the three-way intersection, an old man dressed in rags was setting up a small stall with a few pounds of melons on it. Under a big tree not far from him, two old men were focused on playing chess. It was as if they did not care about the hustle and bustle of the city. Chu Yang slowly walked over. He grabbed a handful of melons and tossed them up and down. His expression and movements were full of frivolity. He tilted his eyebrows and squinted his eyes as he asked, "Old man, do these melons have kernels?" The old man hurriedly nodded and bowed. "Sir, how can you sell them if they don't have kernels? Wouldn't that make me a scammer?" "Look, this one is empty." Chu Yang reached out and squeezed. With a pop, he squeezed open a melon. "It's just that the kernels are a bit small, huh?" The old man laughed awkwardly and said, "Sir, you can choose a watermelon. This one is really big. Sir, try squeezing it. This white melon is not big yet, cough cough." "Oh." Chu Yang grabbed a handful and threw down a few copper coins. This old man was Chang'ong in disguise. Earlier, Chu Yang asked him about his recent situation. The melon is empty. This was the secret code. You can try squeezing a watermelon. In other words, you can go to the house on the west side, but you can't guarantee anything. Chapter 116. Ever since Chu Yang came here, he had been thinking about it. Cheng Eng's reply added to the doubts in his heart. Watermelon? It shouldn't be. Looking at the complicated terrain, Chu Yang could not help but ask himself, if I were Tang Xi Sheng, what would I do? How would I hide? With this, Chu Yang began to put himself in Tang Xi Sheng's shoes and slowly began to expand. The situation is not obvious. Butian Pavilion has not made a move on me yet. I am just preparing for a rainy day. I will hide and observe the situation. If it is not good, I will immediately leave. If it is not bad, I will come back and tell others that I want to visit a friend. This should be Tang Xi and Sheng's mentality. Then, Tang Xi and Sheng must be nearby. He must be paying attention to Tang Manor's movements. The roads here extend in all directions. If he wanted to pay attention to Tang Manor's movements, where would I choose? Chu Yang pondered. Chang'ong didn't choose the best position in order to deceive others. It must be known that the best position was often the best position to be monitored. There would always be people watching. Instead, he chose the worst position. If Chang'ong did not choose, then with Tang Xi and Sheng's wisdom, he would not choose either. Then, he would choose a less important position. And now, Chang'ong was occupying a position that was slightly inferior to the others. Chu Yang's eyes swept around indifferently and found several positions in the vicinity that were most suitable for monitoring the Tang Mansion. Since the first two positions were not suitable, then the third position would be. Chu Yang's eyes looked at the two old men playing chess under the tree. Both of them had white hair. They looked like they were more than 10 years old. Their faces were full of wrinkles, and they looked very old. Both of them were focused on the chessboard. One of them was facing Chu Yang with a relaxed face. He was leisurely waving his fan. The other one had his head down. His face was full of deep thought. It seemed like he was thinking hard about his opponent's moves. These two old men are very refined. They are so old, yet they are still sitting so steadily. Chu Yang's heart was moved. He gave Chang'ong a secret look. "Two old brothers, you must be tired from playing chess. Eat some melons, haha." Chang'ong staggered over with a humble smile on his face. He put down a handful of melons by the chessboard and said enviously, "You two are so lucky. You can play chess for 2 days straight and don't have to worry about anything else. Unlike me, this old man, who still has to run around for a living." The old man with a relaxed expression smiled and said, "Your brother is also very fortunate. Isn't being healthy and healthy the greatest blessing?" Although his voice was old, it was still very elegant. Chang'ong nodded repeatedly and retreated with a hunched back. Playing chess for 2 consecutive days. A mysterious light flashed in Chu Yang's eyes as he came to a conclusion. After looking at the tree for a while, he wobbled his way to the two old men who were playing chess and bent over to look at the chessboard. This game is not easy to break. Chu Yang clicked his tongue repeatedly. Wonderful. How wonderful. The old man, who was deep in thought, immediately turned around and glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know how to play chess? It was as if the anger of being suppressed in the chess game was all vented on this little brat who did not know what was good for him. Look here. You can't dig, you can't jump, and you can't space. It's sharp and it's broken. This seems like a good move, but it also has the danger of being completely wiped out. It's really not easy to deal with. Chu Yang opened a folding fan with a schwa sound. Then, he closed it again with a schwa sound. The folding fan had already touched the chessboard. Chu Yang's words made Cheng Yang's whole body tremble. He did not know anything about chess, but Chu Yang's words clearly had a different meaning. Digging is not allowed. Jumping is not allowed. Space is not allowed. Break is not allowed. Fuck. Isn't this referring to Tang Xianshang's current situation? Could it be that after 2 days of squatting here, the biggest target is sitting right behind my butt? Thinking about this, Hall Master Cheng almost wanted to stuff his head into his pants. He swore to capture someone, and the person was sitting right behind my butt for 2 days without me noticing. This is a joke? Oh? In your opinion, young man, what do you think should be done? The relaxed old man looked at Chu Yang and asked with a smile. In my humble opinion, this move should be flying. Chu Yang opened his fan with a swish and slowly fanned himself twice. He said meaningfully, flying too slow is also not good. What do you think? Official Tang? Once Chu Yang said this, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. In front of him, the old man whose back was facing him suddenly stiffened. Cheng Ong, who was behind him, suddenly stood up and turned his head. He looked at the old man who had been looking at his back in disbelief. His face was as red as blood. This is so embarrassing. This is so infuriating. I actually made the mistake of being in the dark. The old man's expression did not change. He looked at Chu Yang and slowly said, Flying? That's one way. But, little friend, what you've said is very profound. I also feel that it is very profound. I still don't dare to believe it. Chu Yang whispered with a smile. I have heard of this saying before, but I do not understand it. You can wear out iron shoes in vain, but you find it without any effort. Today, I finally understand. Lord Tang, I wonder if you understand what I'm saying? The old man's eyes flashed with a smile. I still don't understand. Why do you call me Official Tang so confidently? Looking up at the mountains and rivers, the sky is endless. Chu Yang said casually, looking down at the yellow earth of reincarnation. These 2 sentences were written by Tang Xiansheng on a certain year when an important official of Iron Cloud, Taihun, died on the battlefield. Reading them out at this time had a special meaning. It also dispelled Tang Xiansheng's thoughts of denying it. I have already seen through your disguise. If you continue to deny it, it will be a joke. Tang Xiansheng smiled warmly. Little brother, your memory is very good. You flatter me. Chu Yang cupped his fists and smiled. I presume little brother is the legendary master of Butian Pavilion, king of Helchu? Tang Xiansheng's smile was very gentle. His eyes were also very gentle. There was no trace of panic. But as soon as he said this, the other old man's face suddenly showed a look of despair. It is king of Helchu. This was the fiercest man in Iron Cloud who was infamous for his ferocity. I don't dare. That is a vulgar nickname. It is an insult to Official Tang. Chu Yang said humbly, I did not expect that the infamous king of Helchu who slaughtered Iron Cloud with one sword would be so young and handsome. Tang Xiansheng smiled gently and said in a clear voice, however, I really don't understand. How did you find me? How can you be so sure that I am here? I was not sure. It was just luck. Chu Yang calmly said, my method may be useless against ordinary slow-witted people, but Official Tang is a smart person among smart people. I came here to test you out of luck, but after coming here, I was sure that it was you. Oh? Tang Xiansheng looked at him with a curious expression. A place like this is the easiest place to spy on Tang Manor. Other places are easier to see, but they are too big of a target. Official Tang has a big tree in front of your door like an umbrella. There have always been people playing chess here. I presume Official Tang already arranged this. And if you appear here one day in disguise, no one will notice. Chu Yang smiled slightly. Not bad. Tang Xian Sheng also showed an appreciative smile. His eyes gradually became sharp. Official Tang is not sure if I will make a move on you. This is the best place to watch. Even if it is dangerous, you can wait here for people to come to your aid. Plus, no matter what happens in the manor, as long as you are not exposed, you will be able to see it. Official Tang is calm and resourceful. You know better than anyone that it is dark under the light. I presume that if Official Tang can find a way to hide in Butian Pavilion, that would be the best place to hide. Chu Yang smiled gently. I came here today to invite Official Tang to the best place to hide. Tang Xian Sheng shook his head and smiled. He sighed. Not bad, not bad. King of Hell Chu is indeed worthy of being called King of Hell Chu. He paused for a moment. Then he squinted his eyes and smiled. But why don't you make a move immediately? Why are you talking nonsense with me? You should know that the more you talk, the more likely you are to make mistakes. You are the famous King of Hell Chu. Don't tell me you don't even know this? Tang Xian Sheng's pupils suddenly shrank and shot out a needle-like brilliance. Because there was an accident. Chu Yang smiled calmly. More importantly, I did not expect Official Tang to be a top martial artist. If I made a move, I would not have been confident. Official Tang did not make a move because he was angry. Chu Yang laughed mischievously. A scheme that I thought I was so proud of was seen through. Moreover, my identity that I thought was the most secretive was also dug out. For a person with unparalleled intelligence, this is undoubtedly a disgrace. Even if I die, it would not be as humiliating as Official Tang right now. So Official Tang was playing with me. A mocking look appeared in Chu Yang's eyes. Official Tang wants to humiliate me when I'm at my proudest moment after I expose you, and then use your peerless martial arts to break out of the encirclement and escape. Or you could just kill me right here. Chu Yang said indifferently. Official Tang, this is your mentality. I wonder if I'm wrong? Yes. Tang Xian Sheng slowly stood up and said, I worked hard for 13 years, but you destroyed it in one day. And you found me. If I do not kill you, how can I forget about this hatred? He coldly snorted, and your so-called Butian Pavilion, in my eyes, is only a few toys. Since you do not have the ability to catch me, you can only wait for me to humiliate you. Chu Yang's guess was not wrong. The truth was exactly what he planned for the worst. This Tang Xian Sheng was a martial artist. Moreover, he did not put Chang'an in his eyes. He wanted to ambush Chu Yang. Chu Yang wanted to catch him, and he wanted to kill Chu Yang. Chapter 117. That's why I am waiting. Moreover, I want to have a good chat with Official Tang. Chu Yang smiled and gently fanned himself with his folding fan. It seemed as if he was very nervous from the beginning to the end. But he had to maintain his composure. He kept fanning himself. I'm not delaying. I'm sincerely asking for your guidance. Chu Yang was not delaying, but at this moment, many people in black appeared around them. They were Lai Yang's subordinates from Butian Pavilion. They were coming from more than 100 feet away. Coupled with his words, it made people feel like they were lying in front of their faces. You think you can stop me with just these people? Tang Xian Sheng laughed softly and said, Minister Chu, your precious body is too close to me. Yes, I am also very helpless. Chu Yang helplessly waved his fan. But if I am not close enough, Official Tang will not be able to smell the crisp bone powder on this fan. Crisp bone powder? Tang Xian Sheng's face changed. What is this? Ever since his identity was exposed, this was the first time Tang Xian Sheng showed a look of fear. Crisp bone powder? This is just a small gift for Official Tang since we first met. The value is meager. It is not enough to show my respect. I hope Official Tang will not take offense. Official Tang may not have noticed, but ever since I came here, I have been standing in the wind. The wind is blowing from behind me to in front of me. Chu Yang smiled and patiently explained, every time I wave my fan, the wind is a little weak. If the wind is strong, it will blow away. He squinted his eyes and smiled. Official Tang is very knowledgeable. Naturally, you know that the wind is not fixed, and the water is not constant. Even in one moment and the next moment, the wind is not the same. Therefore, I am here to bathe in the cool summer wind and have a long talk with official Tang. Naturally, the longer, the better. The longer it is, the more time official Tang will have to enjoy this crisp bone powder. Chu Yang gently said, I hope official Tang will not blame me for talking too much. In fact, I am usually a very quiet person. Tang Xian Sheng's eyes flashed fiercely. He shook both of his arms. Puff. A gust of wind came out of his body, shaking off the dust on his robe. However, after this shock, his expression changed drastically. What exactly is this bone-softening powder? Tang Xian Sheng was shocked to find that the energy in his body had begun to dissipate. Moreover, the rate of dissipation was getting faster and faster. The crisp bone powder is colorless and tasteless, but it is a wonderful powder. Chu Yang continued to fan lightly. When you smell it, your whole body will be powerless, and your vital energy will dissipate. The more you circulate your martial power to resist, the faster it will dissipate. Of course, this kind of light powder is not very effective for an expert like official Tang. But for the person in front of me, it is very deadly. Oh, just like this. Chu Yang smiled and slowly reached out his hand. He gently grabbed the hair of the old man in front of him and slowly lifted him up. His right hand touched his waist, and a shiny dagger appeared in his hand. Chu Yang looked at Tang Xian Sheng and smiled. He's dead. His death was inexplicable and light, truly peaceful. As he said this, his right hand exerted force and the dagger pierced the old man's throat. Blood gushed out crazily in Tang Xian Sheng's direction. Chu Yang looked at Tang Xian Sheng and did not move. He spun the dagger in his hand and kicked out. A headless corpse flew out. Chu Yang's hand now had a head with white hair. The eyes of despair were wide open and full of disbelief. Ah, it is really bloody. Chu Yang casually threw the head forward and smiled. Look, official Tang, your first bodyguard should also be a martial great master, right? His death was really too kind. This old man was caught by Chu Yang and easily killed. From beginning to end, he did not even make the slightest movement to resist. Even killing a chicken would not be so easy. How did you do it? Tang Xian Sheng caught the head of his bodyguard and looked at Chu Yang with grief and indignation. He could not believe that his right-hand man was killed without any resistance. This crisp bone ecstasy powder was very overbearing, but it was not overbearing to the point where a martial great master did not have the strength to resist. When I came over, I was standing right behind him. Haha, Chu Yang said, and at that time, your vigilance was at its highest, but you didn't dare to act rashly. The moment the crisp bone ecstasy powder came out, it was right next to him, and most of it was absorbed by him. And the moment I exposed your identity, he began to circulate his martial energy. Haha, Lord Tang, I just said that the more you circulate your martial energy, the faster it dissipates. Why didn't he resist? Tang Xian Sheng suddenly realized and wanted to slap himself. At that time, he was talking to Chu Yang and was filled with the pleasure of having this king of Hell Chu in the palm of his hand. How could he dare to interrupt him? In addition, when he had no choice but to make a move, I carefully released a trace of murderous aura. Chu Yang said with shame, my cultivation was not high, so my murderous aura was not strong. I could only make him fully alert. Plus, I was right behind him, so he did not dare to look back. If he did, I would make the first move. So he could only circulate his martial energy and continue to be on guard. So, Of course, this wasn't the real situation. Instead, when the guard couldn't hold on any longer and was about to attack, Chu Yang moved the sword point to the finger of his left hand and easily stabbed it into the guard's heart from behind. The bodyguard died on the spot, but his body was held up by Chu Yang's knee so he could not fall. King of Hell Chu, even if my martial power is starting to dissipate, I will still kill you. Tang Xian Sheng roared and suddenly leaped into the air. Chang'an was startled and immediately rushed forward. He was ready to fight. However, in the next moment, the most unbelievable thing happened. Tang Xian Sheng's body suddenly trembled in the air. His face showed extreme pain and fear as he screamed, This? How could this be? Before he could finish his words, He fell down like a bird with broken wings. The chessboard and table were smashed into pieces. Countless black and white pieces splashed out. Just a moment ago, Tang Xiansheng had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He had a card up his sleeve and was filled with the demeanor of a master. However, at this moment, he was thrown into confusion and was battered and exhausted. Aya, Official Tang, I'm really sorry. I forgot to tell you that this crisp bone powder can't touch blood. If you haven't broken through the realm of a king-level expert and can't form the real Yuan consolidation disc, you will lose all your strength the moment you come into contact with the smell of blood, even if you have heaven-defying skills. I was afraid that Official Tang did not absorb enough, so I threw you a human head to disperse the blood. And Official Tang really loved your old servant and caught it. This is a bit too close. Chu Yang said apologetically, this is my fault. I didn't explain it clearly to the wise and far-sighted Official Tang. He smiled and said, however, this is the power of wisdom. Official Tang used to use it often. Haha. And I found you, because of this reason. If an ordinary person smelled this crisp bone powder, they would immediately fall down. But the two of you didn't even sway a bit. You're really experts. However, such experts shouldn't be playing chess here. Moreover, Lord Tang was too calm when he opened his mouth. So, Lord Tang must have been waiting for me here and deliberately let me find out. Chu Yang's words solved Tang Xiansheng's and Cheng Yang's doubts. So that's how it is. Tang Xiansheng struggled to lift his head from the ground and stared at Chu Yang. If looks could kill, then Chu Yang would have died 1,000 times over. His bones would have been ground to dust. After a long while, Tang Xiansheng let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, you are really powerful. I did not think that I, a revered martial artist, would lose to you without even making a move. Haha, not at all, not at all. Ha ha ha. His body loosened and he fell to the ground. At this moment, he suddenly felt disheartened. All of his schemes had been exposed in front of the opponent. It was as if he had been tricked to death, not defeated. If he had sensed the danger and left immediately, he would have been thousands of miles away by now. If he had confirmed his ominous premonition when he saw Chang'an and didn't want to kill Chu Yang and left immediately, he would have been safe by now. Even if he had retreated the moment he saw Chu Yang, he would still have been safe. Even if he could not have left, if he had attacked immediately, this king of hell Chu would have died in his hands. However, he didn't do any of those things. Instead, he argued with the other party about wisdom, competed with the other party in scheming, and wanted to climb back up from where he had fallen. He wanted to return the humiliation that the other party had given him back to the other party. But he ended up failing on the verge of success, and even his life was about to be lost here. Step by step, the opponent calculated his plans with great precision. Moreover, he put on a cooperative posture and secretly made a move against him. It had to be said that the moment Tang Xiansheng saw Chu Yang and admitted his identity, he felt a strong sense of defeat. His intelligence was outstanding, and he was confident that everything was under his control. He came to Iron Cloud alone, and with the help of his superior intelligence and intelligence network, he rose up the ranks and played with all the heroes of Iron Cloud in the palm of his hand. With the identity of a spy, he became a saint in Iron Cloud Citadel. If he did not expose himself, he would have waited for Diwu Qingro to attack. Once Tai Bu Tian died, Iron Cloud Nation would be without a leader, and the world would be in chaos. At that time, he could have overturned Iron Cloud in an instant. Everything was ready, and he was only waiting for the right time. But at this time, he failed miserably. Chapter 118. Tang Xiansheng was a proud person. For a person like him to lose to Chu Yang in Stratagem E, it was natural that he would try to get back at Stratagem E. Therefore, Tang Xiansheng swore that he would personally kill Chu Yang in the most humiliating moment of his life, when he thought that his plan was flawless and when he was most proud of himself. For an intellectual, this was a blow that went from the physical body to the soul. Tang Xiansheng really hated Chu Yang to the bone. 10 years of hard work, and Chu Yang just came and turned it into nothing. But Chu Yang took advantage of Tang Xiansheng's hatred and unwillingness to submit to him. Using Tang Xian Sheng's mentality, Chu Yang calmly laid down a trap, leaving Tang Xian Sheng powerless. When Tang Xian Sheng did not think of a stratagem with Chu Yang had already made the first move and used his stratagem to lure him out. When Tang Xian Sheng wanted to use his stratagem with Chu Yang used force. When Tang Xian Sheng wanted to use force against Chu Yang, he could not move. Despicable? Despicable. But Tang Xian Sheng could not help but admire Chu Yang's ability to calculate. He had to admit that from the moment he deliberately let Chu Yang recognize him, he was led by the nose by Chu Yang. This should have been his initiative, but for some reason, all the initiative was in Chu Yang's hands. In the end, Tang Xian Sheng asked himself, if I were in the same position as him, would I be able to do all this? As a martial warrior, would I be able to defeat and capture a revered martial artist? Moreover, without using the power of others, the answer was, I would not be able to do it. I was not defeated. I was defeated by a stratagem. With my intelligence, I was tricked by someone else. What else is there to say? Therefore, Tang Xian Sheng sighed and gave up all his efforts. He did not even curse Chu Yang. He just closed his eyes and gave up on resisting. There was one thing Tang Xian Sheng did not know. Because of his vengeful heart and his conceit, he had left his mansion before Diwu Qing Ro's news arrived. This caused Diwu Qing Ro's letter to fall into Chu Yang's hands. Perhaps this was the biggest mistake that he had ever made. Chu Yang saw Tang Xian Sheng's extreme anger suddenly turn into calmness, and his heart trembled. This Tang Xian Sheng was in despair, but he was still able to maintain his composure and calm his anger in an instant. He was truly a powerful character. No wonder Diwu Qing Ro had such high hopes for him. Men, take this old man away. Lock him in the Mending the Heavens room. The one who gave the order was Qing Ong. Chu Yang had already flashed out of the encirclement and silently disappeared from the crowd. When the black-clothed assassins who were several feet away surrounded him, they could only see a mysterious back view. No. Chu Yang. Xian Sheng. Chu. Grade revered martial artist. This week's scholar Tang Xian Sheng was actually a grade revered martial artist. He was actually a super master. Good heavens! I am only a third-grade revered saber artist. As for Chen Yutong, he is only a first-grade revered martial artist. If I really fought with this Tang Xian Sheng, I'm afraid none of the people here would be able to survive, and Tang Xian Sheng would still be able to leave. Grade revered martial artist. If he wanted to leave, not many people in Ironcloud Citadel could stop him. Moreover, Tang Xian Sheng was an extremely cunning person. No wonder he was so confident and so conceited. He actually set up such a trap right in front of Ironcloud Citadel's door and used Ironcloud Citadel to kill and humiliate King of Hell Chu. Thinking of this, Chang Ong felt a chill from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. He remembered Chu Yang's position just now. If Tang Xian Sheng had attacked without caring about anything, Chu Yang would have been killed in an instant. There would have been no chance of survival. But at that time, Chu Yang's demeanor was relaxed and he was talking cheerfully. He did not seem nervous at all. Minister Chu's mental strength was really strong. What Qingong did not know was that Chu Yang was sweating profusely right now. Once the order was given, all the black-clothed men escorted this old man back to Butian Pavilion as if he was their own father. They were escorted in front and behind. Yes, an old man is an old man. Since Tang Xian Sheng did not reveal his identity, Chang'ong naturally would not reveal his identity to avoid attracting trouble. As for Tang Xian Sheng's family, Minister Chu had said, "Do not touch them. Keep them." With King of Hell Chu's words, Chang'ong believed that not only would he not dare to touch them, but even Butian Pavilion and General Long Cheng would not dare to touch them. Chu Yang had already returned to Butian Pavilion. His back was also covered in cold sweat. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. The first thing he did was to call the people of Heavenly Secret Hall over and scold them. Chen Yutong and the others were also unlucky. They were scolded until their faces were covered in photoshopped spittle, but they did not dare to retort. King of Hell Chu's scolding voice shook the roof. "Are you all idiots? No, even idiots are smarter than you. Even pigs are more confident than you. Fuck. What the hell? What kind of information are you all looking for? All of you, get the hell out of here. Go home and farm. You will regret it. Eating rice every day has turned you into an idiot, right? A bunch of bastards who can't even see the sky turning dark. You're so stupid that the sun and moon lose their light. King of Hell Chu's rage caused the entire Bution pavilion to tremble. The people inside were being scolded. Everyone's faces were pale. They lowered their heads and did not dare to look up. The people outside were trembling with fear. Chun Yutong stood at the front and was being scolded. His whole body was covered in spittle, but he could not retort even a single word. Heavenly Secret Hall's report. Tang Xian Shang, weak scholar, extremely intelligent and wise. He has no martial strength, but is very good at strategizing. He is good at planning and controlling. This was the report that Chun Yutong personally wrote when Chu Yang asked for the third verification. And it was this investigation report that almost caused King of Hell Chu to report to the real King of Hell. A weak scholar suddenly turned into a low-level revered martial artist. This was the difference between heaven and earth. Such a huge mistake could not be forgiven. If something really happened to King of Hell Chu, Heavenly Secret Hall would probably be exterminated by Taibu Tian. Even if it was just martial strength unknown, no one has seen him use martial strength. It would have been fine to change the literal meaning. If that was the case, Chu Yang wouldn't have gone to look for her alone. If it weren't for his previous life's experience of going through fire and water, if it weren't for his habit of being cautious, if it weren't for the fact that he always had a backup plan, and if it weren't for Chu Yang's belief that even a lion must use its full strength in a fight, then this time, King of Hell Chu would have been delivering food to Tang Xian Sheng. How dangerous. Chu Yang thought about it and felt his thighs cramping. Too hateful. Even though he came back safely and successfully, this kind of mistake could not be forgiven. If he continued to be so careless, he would have to face Diwu Qingrou's sinister and cunning peerless elegance. Who knows when he would be wiped out? As King of Hell Chu's roar shook Bution Pavilion, Chen Yutong's savior finally arrived. Chung Ong proudly escorted the old man Tang Xian Sheng back to Bution Pavilion. King of Hell Chu's attention had been diverted by his return. Reporting to the minister, this subordinate did not fail his mission and brought this old man to justice. I am here to hand over the order. Chung Ong was very arrogant. Looking at Chun Yutong, who was being scolded, he took great pleasure in his misfortune. As Yajujio reported in high spirits, he glanced at Chen Yutong again and again, winking and winking. Even his yellow front teeth were exposed, and he was smiling so widely that his eyebrows could not be seen. Cool. Really cool. Watching others get scolded is cool. Chun Yutong grinned and angrily glared at him. He cursed Chang Ang's ancestors in his heart. Who told you to take pleasure in my misfortune? When Chung Ang arrived, King of Hell Chu was thirsty from all the scolding. He was drinking from a cup of tea. As soon as he heard Cheng Ang's triumphant report, he immediately spat out the tea in his mouth onto Cheng Ang's face, and then started coughing. Cheng Ang's expression was very interesting. He was originally proud and full of smiles. Who would have thought that there would be a sudden rainstorm with some heat? In a flash, he became a drowned rat. He reached out and wiped his face. The tea was dripping, and he even wiped off a few pieces of tea. He could not help but feel depressed. He secretly glanced at King of Hell Chu and complained in his heart. King of Hell, what happened to you? Ha ha. Chen Yutong saw Cheng Ang's sorry state and felt very good. He could not help but open his mouth and laugh. After laughing twice, he realized that he was still a criminal. How could he be proud? Therefore, he quickly shut his mouth and secretly glanced up. He saw that King of Hell Chu was still coughing like an asthmatic. Only then did he feel relieved. Then, he looked down and stood perfectly straight. Cough, 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 cough. Chu Yang coughed for a while. Then he raised his head with a red face and angrily shouted, "You still have the face to be proud? Let me ask you, what did I ask you to do?" Chung Ong was tongue-tied. He did not have time to retract his happy expression before it was replaced by one of astonishment. His expression was very strange. He opened his mouth but could not speak. Speak. Chu Yang was very angry. He was unable to restrain his anger. Are you very good? I asked you to spy on others. What did you do? Ah, you sent yourself to people's noses to be spied on. Saying that you are is an insult. Puff. Chun Yu Tong repeatedly coughed. This is too cool. I can't help it. Cheng Yang's face turned red. He did not know where to put his hands and feet. They are right behind your ass. If they fart, they will cover their noses. You are still happily talking to me about watermelons and white melons. Chu Yang was so angry that he felt dizzy. He gritted his teeth and pointed at Cheng Wuang's nose. You say you. I asked you to spy on the enemy. I asked you to deal with the enemy. You were unknowingly used as a trap to deal with me. And you are still so proud of yourself. You. Chu Yang's fingers trembled. He was so angry that he gasped. Do you know how Zhu's grandmother died? Cheng Ong had been scolded until he was dizzy and battered. When he heard the question, he couldn't help but ask, how did he die? Stupid. Fuck. Chu Yang roared. He could not control his anger. With your IQ, you are still asking for credit? You are still so proud? You think you are very smart? You are still arrogant and mocking others? You are. How? How can you? How can you be so thick-skinned? Ha 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 ha. Chun Yu Tong finally could not bear it. He hugged his stomach and squatted on the ground. His tears flowed out. He was out of breath and his whole body was spasming. I can't take it anymore. Even if my head is chopped off, I have to laugh happily. After a burst of anger, King of Hell Chu finally vented his anger. He said coldly, what else do you have to say? Chun Yu Tong and Cheng Ong were somewhat dejected. No more. Lien Yu Tong was better. Cheng Ong was like a cigar that had been hit by frost. He was so ashamed that he could not show his face. If you don't have anything, why are you still standing here? Do you think you two are very handsome? Do you want me to find a wife for you? Ah. Chu Yang slammed the table and roared like thunder. Why are you still not inviting your grandmother here? Do you still need me to teach you this kind of thing? Do you feel good to be scolded? Ah. The two suddenly regretted that their parents did not give birth to them with two more legs. With a schwa sound, they disappeared from the hall without a trace. In the small room inside, Wu Qianxian was holding a pin. She was laughing so hard that she was out of breath. She rubbed her stomach and covered her mouth. Her shoulders were trembling nonstop. This was the first time she had seen Chu Yang so angry. However, Chu Yang's anger could really make people laugh. Naturally, the target of his anger would not find it funny. After a while, Chu Yang came in with a teacup in his hand. Wu Qianxian was still laughing so hard that she wanted to die. Chu Yang was startled. Is it really that funny? Wu Qianxian called out, Mother. She almost laughed until her intestines were broken. After a long time, she held back. However, her shoulders still twitched from time to time. Chu Yang. Wu Qianxian tried hard to say, scolding like this, will it cause disgust? Absolutely not. Chu Yang said confidently, scolding people has to be balanced. Right now, the two of them are rejoicing in each other's misfortune. They are in the same boat. Besides, the mistakes that they had made today were unforgivable. If they are not taught a lesson, sooner or later, something big will happen. As he said this, Chu Yang sighed. He was somewhat dispirited. Wu Qianxian laughed and said, however, this time, you are a little too arrogant. I have no choice. Chu Yang sighed. Right now, Butian Pavilion is far from being a true fighting force. If you want to pull them out to compete with Diwu Qingro, these people cannot even compare to a single strand of his hair. The only way is to find a mistake and ruthlessly correct it and slowly correct it. Only then can we barely fight. If we speak softly every day, I am afraid that when Diwu Qingro comes in, they will still be irresponsible perverts. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, the more we scold them now, the less we will suffer in the future. You have to remember, the spirit of an iron-blooded soldier and the valiant morale are not cultivated. They are fought and scolded. Chu Yang said slowly. Wu Qianxian grunted. She carefully thought about the meaning of Chu Yang's words and could not help but fall into deep thought. Not long after, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. Then, they suddenly stopped outside Butian Pavilion. Then, hurried footsteps could be heard. Tai Tian was wearing a big white turtle robe as he walked in with big strides. He was wearing a white robe and a golden crown. His face was cold and his eyes were like lightning. Behind him, there were two people following closely behind him. Chu Yang smiled and went forward to greet them. Suddenly, he felt something and his eyes flashed. Just like that, they followed behind Tai Tian. Even though they appeared in broad daylight, they still gave Chu Yang an eerie and illusory feeling. It was as if he was looking at two shadows and not real people with flesh and blood. When these two people walked, one on the left leg and the other on the right leg, it looked very messy, but it was a perfect harmony. They perfectly made up for any flaws in the other party's body. Moreover, when these two people stood together, anyone who looked at them would involuntarily feel that these two people were the same person. Moreover, these two people seemed to be walking very slowly. However, if one looked carefully, they would often only take one step and they would float a distance of several feet. And this distance was enough for other people to take 7 or 8 steps. They didn't walk, but floated. With these two people following Tai Tian, Chu Yang suddenly felt that Tai Tian's front, back, left, and right were all covered with copper and iron walls. When Chu Yang looked at the other party, these two people were also quietly sizing him up. Chu Yang only felt his whole body turn cold and tense. Even the hair on his back stood up. This feeling was as if he was being watched by ghosts. And it was countless malicious ghosts. Chu Yang's gaze finally moved away. But in his heart, he was thinking, these two people, TSK, they are really big girls taking off their pants. Not simple, not simple. Looks like these two people are Tai Tian's final trump card? This is also the biggest reason why Diwu Qingru is so wary of assassinating Tai Tian. Just as he was thinking, Tai Tian had already arrived in front of him. He asked hurriedly, Minister Chu, that person has been caught? In his excitement, Tai Tian was very close. The moment he opened his mouth, Chu Yang instinctively felt a sweet fragrance. He couldn't help but frown. A strange expression appeared in his eyes. Tai Tian seemed to have sensed something. He quietly took half a step back.
Caught.
Chu Yang rolled his eyes. I almost lost my old life. This guy has never shown himself before. He is actually a low-grade revered martial artist. How impressive. Tai Tian's expression turned serious. How are the casualties in Butian Pavilion? When he heard that the other party was so strong, he naturally thought that Butian Pavilion must have suffered heavy losses. There are no casualties. Cough, cough. I used poison. Chu Yang coughed twice and said in a low voice. As soon as these words came out, the two shadowy figures looked at Chu Yang with eyes full of contempt. This kind of contempt was very obvious. Anyone could see it. Chu Yang's heart moved. He raised his head and looked at the two people. Do the two seniors think that using poison in a fight with such a high-level martial artist is blasphemous to martial arts? The two didn't answer. Instead, 4 pairs of cold eyes looked at Chu Yang. None of us are his match. And behind us are the millions of people of Iron Cloud. If we fight him head-on, we are definitely not his match. If we don't use poison to catch him, he can turn Iron Cloud Citadel upside down. There is no need to. Is that okay? Chu Yang said slowly. There was a hint of contemplation in the two people's eyes. But the contempt in their eyes lessened by more than half. I am not saying this to explain to you. I want you to understand. Chu Yang's gaze was like a knife. He said slowly, the two of you are too protective. The enemy has many tricks up his sleeve. If you still hold on to the spirit of martial arts, if the enemy's Ghost Realm method succeeds, then in the future, you will be the sinners who caused the death of the enemy. You must take responsibility. Take full responsibility. Chu Yang's words had a hidden meaning. Chu Yang's martial power was not high, but his mental power was extremely strong. With the imprint of his previous life and the true heaven-splitting divine technique as his backing, his mental power was at least at the level of a 4th or 5th level revered martial artist. But in front of these two people, he felt completely suppressed. His mental power was completely suppressed. Then, these two people were at least king-level masters. Plus, in a king-level land, their level should not be low. With these two people by his side and the cooperation of other masters, Taibu Tian was as steady as Mount Tai. In lower three heavens, no matter if it was an assassination or a direct attack, there was absolutely no power that could hurt Taibu Tian. Even if the four king-level masters of Golden Horse Riders Department under Diwu Qingro attacked at the same time, Taibu Tian would still be safe and sound. Even if these two people were no match for him, they were fully confident that they could protect Taibu Tian and escape. But in his previous life, Taibu Tian was assassinated. Then, the only reason was that the enemy used a conspiracy. And these two people, from the look of disdain they gave him, Chu Yang knew that these two guys were the kind of martial artists who were very traditional in their thinking. This was perhaps the biggest weakness of these two people, or perhaps the biggest weakness of Taibu Tian's protection. Such people naturally could not deal with the enemy's sophisticated conspiracy. If he could see it, how could Diwu Qingro not see it? Besides, he was a hero who would do anything to achieve his goal. Chu Yang felt that he needed to remind him, because the trajectory of this life had changed. Who knew if Diwu Qingro would take action in advance? You can't do it, the master on the left suddenly said. His voice was dry, as if he had not spoken for a whole year. But we will never do it. After saying that, he shut his mouth. Shut up tight. Taibu Tian turned her head to look at him in astonishment. She had never seen these two shadows speak to anyone since she could remember. Even her second uncle Tai Long Chung didn't speak to anyone. She had never expected that they would speak to Chu Yang today. Moreover, they had even praised him. What was even more ridiculous was that there was a hint of apology in their words. This was really strange. Chu Yang nodded, but he was thinking that these two people's views would not be changed so easily. What else did he need to do? Where is that person? Bring me to see him. I want to ask him personally. Taibu Tian's face was full of frost. The whole of Iron Cloud had been deceived by this person for 10 years, including Taibu Tian herself. Chapter 119. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation over here. Chu Yang led Taibu Tian and the others to the prison. When they reached the door, Chu Yang, Taibu Tian, and the two shadows walked in. The others stayed outside. The prison was not dark and damp. It was dry and clean. In the corner, there was an iron pillar as thick as a person's waist. Tang Xian Sheng's whole body was shackled and tied to it. When he saw Chu Yang come in, he even showed a peaceful smile. It was as if being tied to this pillar was as comfortable as lying on a bed at home. The people of Heaven Mending Pavilion had already restored his original appearance. He now had the appearance of a 30-something-year-old handsome scholar. Taibu Tian slowly walked in with his hands behind his back. He looked at Tang Xian Sheng for a long time without blinking. Tang Xian Sheng smiled warmly, just like when he was talking to Taibu Tian in court. Official Tang, what is your relationship with Diwu Qingro? Taibu Tian walked to the table in the center and slowly sat down. He did not ask if you are a spy, but directly asked about your relationship with Diwu Qingro. This could give people the misconception that we already have a complete grasp of your situation, so there's no need to deny it. Your Highness is taking things for granted by asking this question. Tang Xiansheng chuckled. I, Tang Xiansheng, may be a prisoner, but I am not someone who will be forced to confess. So you are really a spy from Great Zhao? Taibu Tian closed his eyes. I don't want to admit it. When you first tried to trick me, I also wanted to deny it. Haha, I can only say that my temperament is not good enough. Tang Xiansheng smiled freely. Since it has come to this, how can I still deny it? Taibu Tian sighed and said, Official Tang, you are very capable and have many tricks up your sleeve. I have always respected you and thought highly of you. I even thought that if one day the world was at peace, I would appoint you as the Prime Minister of Iron Cloud. Haha, I had high hopes for you, but I never thought that I would be deceived by you for 10 years. Taibu Tian's words were very sincere. Even Tang Xiansheng, who was tied to the iron pillar, was silent for a while. He remembered the harmonious relationship between the monarch and his minister. He sighed and said, His Highness has indeed treated me well. However, the two countries are at war, and each has his own master. This Tang also sighs endlessly. He paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "This Tang's biggest advantage was that when I entered Iron Cloud, your Highness was still young and could not see through this Tang's disguise. By the time your Highness grew up, everything was already set in stone. Thus, I was able to stay in Iron Cloud for 10 years. If it was the current Butian Tai, I'm afraid he would have been caught on the first day." After saying that, he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "Your Highness is wise and far-sighted, and you have the world in your heart. You are a mighty lord of your generation. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. Against Diwu Qingro, any genius can only end up turning into ashes." Diwu Qingro? Tai Butian took a deep breath and spoke in a sentimental tone. However, there was a sharp glint in her eyes. Diwu Qingru is indeed an ambitious and ruthless person. And it's precisely because of this that I need to know everything that you know, Lord Tang. I will not say. Your Highness should also know that such an answer would lead to such a result. Tang Xian Sheng smiled warmly and said, "Your Highness, please take into account that I have not caused any great losses to Iron Cloud. The current me has not made any mistakes. I ask your Highness to preserve some dignity for me." Dignity? Tai Bu Tian's expression changed. It seemed that he was conflicted, but in the end, he sighed softly. He stood up and walked out with his hands clasped behind his back. He walked to the entrance of the hall and said casually, "Let him speak." After he finished speaking, he waved at Chu Yong and walked out without looking back. This Butian Tai finally showed his iron-blooded side. Chu Yong also followed him out and stood side by side with Tai Butian in front of the eaves. He could feel that right now, Tai Butian's heart was not feeling good. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the cell. Then, Tang Xiansheng's tragic roar could be heard. "Kill me! Ah! Ah!" Then came a series of screams. Tang Xiansheng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Tai Butian, you use such despicable means to torture a strong person. Don't you feel ashamed? I just want a dignified death. You won't even give it to me?" Tai Butian stood quietly. His jade-like face did not have the slightest expression. "Senior Chu, I feel very sorry for this person." Tai Butian clasped his hands behind his back and said quietly, "I used to admire his ability." Chu Yang rolled his eyes behind his mask and said, "That is natural. An enemy that can make us feel sorry is the most terrifying enemy. If the enemy can make us look down on him, then we do not need to go to such lengths." "That's right." Tai Butian nodded slightly and said, "Torturing a strong person, a wise person, is really not my intention. However, I must know what he knows. If not, I would rather give him a quick death. I am also very willing to give him a quick death." Chu Yang was silent for a while and said, "In this world, some things cannot be forced. And some people, even if you break all their bones, they will not say a word. Tang Xiansheng is such a person. When I first caught him, I did not have the slightest hope of prying open his mouth. I am afraid you will be disappointed." Tai Butian was silent. After a while, he said, "Not necessarily. Those two guards of mine are practically from hell, so I'm very confident in their methods. It is just that for Tang Xiansheng, it is a bit cruel." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Hua, you can wait and see." Tai Butian smiled gently and said, "Minister Chu, do you want to make a bet with me?" Chu Yang smiled. "Could it be that your Highness is a gambler? What kind of bet?" "Let's bet on whether Tang Xiansheng will speak or not." Tai Butian said, "I bet that if I win, will Minister Chu stay in Iron Cloud? No matter when. I hope to create a prosperous Iron Cloud with you." As he said this, Tai Butian turned his head and looked at Chu Yang, his eyes full of sincerity. Tai Butian had always been brooding over the conversation he had with Chu Yang. It was a loss for such a talent to not stay in Iron Cloud forever. Chu Yang's performance during this period of time proved this point even more. Now, Tai Butian was clearly making another effort. "You will be disappointed again." Chu Yang faintly smiled. Then, he shifted his gaze away and said, "Well, I'll bet. But, if I win, I want to go to the Imperial Palace's medicine storehouse and treasure storehouse to pick some things." Chu Yang had always remembered Mo Qingwu's injury and half a heavy pill. Chu Yang's condition seemed to be incomparable to Tai Butian's condition. But both of them knew that this was what they cared about the most at the moment.
Yes.
Good. It's a deal. Taibu Tian was overjoyed. He raised his palm, obviously wanting to make an oath. Chu Yang looked at Taibu Tian's palm, and his heart skipped a beat. Taibu Tian's palm was white, slender, and slender. Moreover, it was almost 2 sizes smaller than his own palm. Was this still a man's palm? Taibu Tian saw Chu Yang staring at his hand, and his expression changed. He unconsciously said with some annoyance, "Are you going to bed or not? Why are you in a daze?" Chu Yang immediately came back to his senses. He smiled awkwardly and raised his hand to meet Taibu Tian's. Bang! The 2 soldiers' palms collided with each other. When their palms touched, Chu Yang only felt that Taibu Tian's palm was extremely soft and smooth. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Your Highness really takes good care of yourself." Taibu Tian was startled. He retracted his hand at lightning speed and snorted. He said in a slightly rough voice, "I won't regret it even if I die. Minister Chu, don't go back on your word." Chu Yang laughed out loud. He then said with certainty, "I won't lose." The 2 of them looked at each other. Taibu Tian looked at the sinister mask on Chu Yang's face and smiled. "Minister Chu, is it effective to be so mysterious?" Chu Yang chuckled and didn't answer. He asked instead, "What do you think? All arrangements will not be made without aim." Taibu Tian laughed. After a long time, the moans in the cell became weaker and weaker. However, they were connected and trembling. After a while, a shadow floated out. His face was dark and his eyes were filled with fury. "How is it?" Taibu Tian didn't turn around and asked confidently. "I can't pry open his mouth." The shadow was somewhat ashamed. "Huh?" Taibu Tian turned around in shock. "You're not saying anything?" The shadow nodded. There was anger in his eyes and a hint of admiration. He said, "I have never seen such a tough bone in my life." Taibu Tian fell silent and said, "Let's go in and take a look." They walked to the door of the cell and looked inside. Even Chu Yang, who had a heart of stone, couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. These 2 shadows were really from hell. Tang Xian Sheng inside was no longer in human form. Tang Xian Sheng's body did not have any open wounds, but his veins were bulging out of his skin like little snakes slithering all over his body. 2 of his veins were squeezed together as if they had a life of their own, squirming and slowly tightening until they were able to break his bones. The sound of cracking could be heard. Tang Xian Sheng's eyes were bulging like bells. He couldn't shout or moan. However, his eyes occasionally returned to normal and were full of mockery. Yin Yang Thunderbolt Bone Splitting Hand. Chu Yang's heart was heavily shaken. This was the cruelest punishment in the world. The person who was subjected to it would feel 100 times worse than death. There was no one in the world who could endure this kind of punishment, and this Tang Xian Sheng had actually endured it. At this moment, Chu Yang felt heartfelt admiration for this spy's tough bone. Although he was an enemy, this kind of hero was rare in the world. Taibu Tian's face flushed red. A layer of fine goosebumps could be clearly seen. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Is there any other way?" The 2 shadows were silent, but they shook their heads at the same time. Chapter 120. There was another way. One of them, Ing Wu, said in a low voice, "But it's not human, it's an insult. But it might not be able to. If inhumane does not work, then why should we insult such a good man?" Chu Yang coldly snorted and interrupted. "Don't say any more." Taibu Tian frowned and said decisively. He and Chu Yang spoke almost at the same time. The 2 shadows stepped back expressionlessly.
Ugh.
Taibu Tian looked at Feng Shui's miserable state and retched. He waved his hand and said, "Minister Chu is right. Let's give him a quick death. We have many ways to deal with Diwu Qingro. We have no choice but to torture him. Why should we insult such a good man? Kill him? What a pity." Chu Yang did not agree. Even if he was raised as bait, he would still be a treasure. "Kill him?" Taibu Tian sighed. "How can we bear to humiliate such a good man? There are some things that he can do even if he is dead. The key is how we do it. There is no need to torture a hero. Since His Highness has decided, then let's give him a quick death. Chu Yang nodded and took out his dagger. He slowly walked in front of Tang Xiansheng. His heart was also inclined to give Tang Xiansheng a quick death, but for the sake of the big plan, he had to keep him alive. Since Tai Butian had said so, Chu Yang did not insist. Looking at Tang Xiansheng, Chu Yang said softly, "Why don't you kill yourself?" Tang Xiansheng could not speak, but his eyes revealed a proud expression. He did not need to say anything. Chu Yang already understood. Such pride, such a proud person, such a proud bone, would rather be tortured to death by the enemy than commit suicide. His life would not end in his own hands. Chu Yang nodded and used his wrist to stab Tang Xiansheng's heart. He said softly, "Rest in peace. In the next life, we will be enemies again." A trace of gratitude flashed in Tang Xiansheng's eyes. Then, he revealed a calm smile. At the moment of his death, he miraculously opened his mouth. "Fifth, has an opponent. Unfortunately, I can't see it." His head tilted to the side and he passed away. His lifeless body stopped spasming and slowly laid flat on the ground. His originally distorted face miraculously regained its composure, and he even vaguely retained his original elegance and warmth. Chu Yang sighed. A hero should not be humiliated. But this time, he did not know if killing Tang Xiansheng was right or wrong. His value alive was much greater than dead. "Good man, official Tang. I should not have used you as a bet." Tai Butian looked at Tang Xiansheng's body and solemnly said, "If you have a next life, I hope to be able to be your servant." Chu Yang's heart shook. He suddenly raised his head. He could tell that Tai Butian's words were truly from the bottom of her heart. Everyone would respect such a good man, but it was unusual for Tai Butian to say so. Just this sentence alone showed that Tai Butian was one level lower than Diwu Qingru. After all, he was not an ambitious and ruthless person who would do anything to achieve his goals. First, he gave Tang Xiansheng a quick death. Now, he felt sorry for him. Killing people was cruel, but for Tang Xiansheng, it was a good thing. Thirsting for talent was a good thing. But thirsting for talent from the enemy was digging one's own grave. This kind of mentality was a good thing for people, but for a weak ruler in a war between two countries, it was not necessarily a good thing. Don't worry. Our enemies, even if they are heroes of the great Liao, should be killed. Tai Butian smiled as if he had seen through Chu Yang's thoughts. He explained, "I will not be merciful, but I must show enough respect to my enemies." Chu Yang smiled and said, "That's right. I thought His Highness was going to renege on his promise." He thought to himself, perhaps this is the charm of Tai Butian's personality. After all, he and Diwu Qingru are different people. Ah ha ha ha. Tai Butian naturally knew that Chu Yang was trying to calm her down. She smiled and said, "Minister Chu, don't worry. I am a man of my word." As she spoke, she walked out and said, "Barry Tang, don't let anyone know." There were only two people waiting outside, Cheng Ong and Chen Yutong. The two of them complied and went to do the job. Tai Butian walked in silence for a while. Then, she suddenly turned her head and asked Chu Yang, "Tang Xiansheng is dead. What about his family?" Chu Yang was silent for a while and said, "According to my guess, Tang Xiansheng's family may not be his real family. A person like him would not do such a stupid thing. Now, if the people in the house are gone, then it is real. If they are still there, then it must be fake." Tai Butian nodded and said, "That's right. Investigate." Not long after, the investigator replied, "Tang Xiansheng's son and wife are at home. Minister Chu, do you think?" Tai Butian looked at Chu Yang with an inquiring gaze. Chu Yang sighed in his heart and said, "They can't die yet. The news of Tang Xiansheng's death must be kept a secret. Keep their mother alive. Whether it is true or not, we can make Diwu Qingru fall into a trap. Of course, if Diwu Qingru sends someone to pick them up, then they must be kept alive or killed. But if they don't come, then it will be proven to be fake. At that time, it will be up to them." Tai Butian walked out a few steps. Facing the cold wind, he took a deep breath. Obviously, the cruel scene in the prison made this pampered Tai Butian uncomfortable. It was already very good that he could endure it. After a while, She turned her head and looked at Chu Yang. Minister Chu, do you think that if we release the news that Tang Xine Sheng is in our hands, Diwu Qingro will send someone to save him? Chu Yang chuckled. The current Tai Butian had finally returned to normal. He was no longer the soft-hearted Tai Butian from before. And after he recovered, the first thing he thought of was to use this matter to attack his opponent. The news will be released. Whether Diwu Qingro will come to save him or not, I can't say for sure. But Tang Xine Sheng must have been the most important part of Diwu Qingro's plan. This is beyond doubt. Chu Yang revealed a mysterious smile. Then he sighed. Unfortunately, he is dead now. Tai Butian paced 2 steps in silence and said, there is news from the border. Diwu Qingro ordered the 5 legions in the north of Great Zhao to advance 100 miles. They are in a standoff with our army. Their swords are drawn. Because of this matter, Royal Uncle Long Chung has already rushed to the front lines this afternoon. Tai Butian pondered and said, Diwu Qingro hasn't made any moves. But now, the 5 legions have suddenly been mobilized. Could it be related to Tang Xine Sheng? Chu Yang's heart shook. He suddenly remembered the note that Diwu Qingro wrote to Tang Xine Sheng. The scribbled words. Could Diwu Qingro be mobilizing his army for Tang Xine Sheng? Chu Yang's heart was moved. If this is the case, then my plan has a high chance of success. Tai Butian did not know that Chu Yang had intercepted Diwu Qingro's secret letter. But he still raised this question. Even though his tone was questioning, there was also some certainty. Then, Tai Butian clearly saw through this point. Looking at Chu Yang's confident appearance, Tai Butian's eyes flashed and he asked, Minister Chu seems to be in some trouble right now? Do you want me to send 2 people to protect you? The enemy is full of experts. We cannot afford to be careless. No need. Chu Yang refused. His eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He wanted to agree. Tai Butian said to send 2 people. Chu Yang naturally knew who he wanted to send. Right now, the air seemed to be heavy. If Tai Butian was willing to send people to help, then this crisis could be averted. At least, it would not be so dangerous. But Chu Yang also clearly knew that Tai Butian's safety was more important than his own. If Diwu Qingro sent people and found Tai Butian's guards by his side, then Tai Butian would be in danger. Besides, there was another important reason. The heart of a strong warrior. If he accepted the protection this time, from a psychological point of view, it would mean that he was being protected, and he would lose his fearless spirit. This would cause an inner demon to form when he was trying to reach the peak. No matter what, no matter how strong the enemy was, he had to face it first. If he did not even face it, then his state of mind would really be destroyed. The heart of a strong warrior was to be fearless of everything. Chu Yang revealed a hint of a conceited smile. Life and death were not worth mentioning in front of such a mentality. The path of a strong warrior was filled with life and death difficulties at every step. Did he have to rely on Tai Butian every single time? Tai Butian looked at the divine light in Chu Yang's eyes that flashed with the desire to test the world. A hint of splendor also flashed across her eyes. She sighed softly and said no more. Not long after Tai Butian left, Wu Qianqian walked out of King of Hell Chu's room with a piece of paper in her hand. Those who saw it shuddered violently in their hearts. This time, who were they going to deal with? This is the name of several clans. Wu Qianqian handed the piece of paper to Chang'an and said, the minister said that no matter what method was used, no matter how much manpower and resources were used, these people must be completely controlled. But don't make a move and don't alert them. Chang'an took the paper and looked at it. His face immediately turned bitter. There were more than a dozen names on the paper. There were also a few clans. Chang'an felt like the world was spinning. To do this with only 40 or so people from Fierce Blood Hall was too difficult. This time, Heavenly Secret Hall will cooperate with Fierce Blood Hall. Wu Qianqian's next sentence made Chen Yutong, who was laughing on the side, turn pale. Chang'an and Chen Yutong looked at each other and sighed. Brothers, we are in the same boat. The names on the paper belonged to the people who provided Tang Xine Sheng with proof. In other words, they belonged to Tang Xine Sheng's faction. From the moment Tang Xine Sheng entered Jingguan City, all of them had been captured in one fell swoop on this piece of paper. Also, tell Hall leader Chun to quickly deliver the things Minister Chu wants. Wu Qianqian finished speaking and left. Chun Yu Tong was stunned for a moment. Then, he jumped up as if his butt was on fire and rushed back to Heavenly Secret Hall. Immediately after, his flustered and exasperated voice rang out, "Hey, last time, how much have you collected? Hurry up and bring it to me." A moment later, Chun Yu Tong walked into Chu Yang's room with a thick stack of documents and a fawning smile on his face. "Minister, huh? Minister, haha." Chun Yu Tong nodded his head and bowed. This comical appearance made Wu Qianqian laugh out loud. She simply leaned on the table. "How much?" Chu Yang asked without lifting his eyelids. "A total of 37, huh?" Chun Yu Tong laughed dryly and wiped his cold sweat. Chapter 121. Much better. You see, Emo Qingwu blinked her eyes. Then, she stretched out her hand and kicked her leg. She flaunted her martial prowess and excitedly said, "Look, it's all better, right?" "Yes, yes, that's great." Then, he coughed twice. Then, he said in a patient and patient manner, "This, Qingwu, my name is Emo Xiaowu." Emo Qingwu puffed her cheeks and rolled her eyes. "Uncle Chu Yang is so bad. You even remembered my name wrong." "You're Xiaowu?" Chu Yang was stunned. "Is Qingwu your elder sister?" Chu Yang was a little confused. "Did I get it wrong? I don't have an elder sister." "Humph." Emo Qingwu rolled her eyes and said, "Qingwu is my full name. Mother said that I can only be called Qingwu after I'm 15. Now, I'm Xiaowu. Do you understand? All the girls in the big clans are like this. Don't you know?" Little Luo put her hands on her hips and looked at Chu Yang with her head tilted. She looked at Chu Yang with disdain for making such a big deal out of nothing. Chu Yang was sweating. He was nervous and forgot about this matter. The daughters of the big clans were usually given names at birth, but they would only be officially given names when they reached the age of 30. It was only when they reached the age of 30 that these girls would be officially known by outsiders. Or, they would walk the martial world. Or, from then on, the clan would start to look for their future husband. Of course, this was only the case for the outstanding daughters of the clan. Moreover, they would usually choose to marry into the family. Some girls with poor aptitude were basically betrothed at birth. They would become the tool of the clan's alliance through marriage and would help the clan strengthen the clan. And Emo Qingwu's Three Meridian was destroyed. If she returned to the clan, after the Emo clan confirmed that she could not be cured, she would probably be reduced to a tool of marriage. Chu Yang looked at this little girl and felt a headache. But more than that, he felt heartache. The current Qingwu was innocent. How would she know the pain of being born in a big clan and being the daughter of the clan head? If she were to go back and face all those cruel things, would she break down? Thinking of the sadness on Emo Qingwu's face in his previous life, Chu Yang's heart ached. No matter what, he could not let Qingwu suffer that kind of pain again. "Xiaowu, can you stay?" Chu Yang held Emo Qingwu's small hand and asked softly, "Look, there are mountains and rivers here, and there are also people. There are many fun things to do here. When we are free, I will take you out to watch juggling, eat candied haws, and find many sisters to accompany you." "Not good." Emo Qingwu pouted and said, "I miss father and mother. I want to be with father, mother, and grandpa and grandma." "Uncle Chu Yang, are you going to separate Xiaowu from her parents?" Little Luo pouted angrily and said, "Uncle Chu Yang, you're so bad." "Must." Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. He had calculated and calculated, but he had neglected to take into account the little girl's dependence and admiration towards her parents. Right now, Emo Qingwu was at her happiest and most blissful moment in her parents' hands. How could she leave? Before this, her aptitude was so good that she was doted on by her family. How would she know that just because she came out to play once and got a little injured, it would completely destroy her talent? Then, how about we change the way we address each other? Chu Yang asked tentatively, "Xiaowu, how old is your second brother?" 21 years old. "My second brother is very good." Emo Qingwu smiled sweetly. "Look, I am only 10.5 years old this year, not even 17 years old. Your second brother is so much older than me." Chu Yang said, "How can you call me uncle? When your second brother comes here, Do you want him to call me uncle too? Wouldn't that be a mess? Don't you think so? Do you want me to call your second brother uncle too? That doesn't make sense, right? Chu Yang pursed his lips. He naturally couldn't agree to Imo Qingwu calling him uncle. But if Imo Tianji called him uncle, damn. Even if he called me grandfather or ancestor, I would agree. The little girl stared with her big round eyes and said, "Yes, you are younger than my second brother. How can I call you uncle?" "Yes." Chu Yang hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and said, "So you can't call me Uncle Chu Yang. You should call me Brother Chu Yang." Imo Qingwu bit her finger and looked at Chu Yang suspiciously. She said, "But I feel that you are up to no good. You definitely have an ulterior motive." Chu Yang sweated a little. She could even tell that he was up to no good. Is this still a little girl? It was said that a woman's intuition was very accurate and powerful. This little girl's intuition wasn't bad either. How can I be up to no good? Chu Yang hurriedly defended himself. If this little girl had the impression that he was up to no good, it would be difficult to change it in the future. You see, I saved you and your Uncle Chengyu when you came here, right? I brought you to see your injuries and treat them, right? Also, I bought you candied haws. Look, it's very sweet. Chu Yang hurriedly gave the candied haws away. He was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect anything in return for his kindness, but he was really despicable and shameless. He actually wanted to show off in front of others and get something in return, and the reward he wanted was for this little girl to marry him. I am too evil. Imo Qingwu's eyes were fixed on the candied haws from the moment he came in, but she was too embarrassed to ask for it. She hurriedly took it and took a bite. Her beautiful big eyes narrowed into crescents. She smiled and said, "Brother Chu Yang is a good person." Chu Yang was very happy. He had finally taken the first step. If Imo Qingwu kept calling him Uncle Chu Yang, then he would have no chance at all. Who had seen a girl choose her uncle as her husband? A big stone in Chu Yang's heart was finally lifted. From uncle to brother. Yes, he was very satisfied. Chu Yang originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to persuade her. He never thought that a stick of candied haws would be enough to buy her over. Sigh, what was this saying? Yes, in the future, whoever bought the candied haws would have to go through him to give it to Imo Qingwu. Women can be considered, but men, I have to chase them far away. This little girl is too innocent and too gullible. There are too many perverts. I have to be careful. In that instant, Chu Yang's thoughts flashed like lightning. He was thinking very far ahead. His face was gentle for a moment, full of longing for a moment, serious for a moment, heavy for a moment, and murderous for a moment. Imo Qingwu ate the candied haws in big mouthfuls while looking at this brother Chu Yang. Why does this Uncle Chu Yang have to be brother Chu Yang? So strange. Also, his face is so cute. It can change. White for a moment, black for a moment, red for a moment. When Uncle Imo Chengyu finishes his cultivation, I will also let him change. Too strange. Ever since his rebirth, Chu Yang had always handled matters calmly. But it was the first time that his emotions had fluctuated so much like today's. After the little girl finished eating a stick of candied haws, she opened her small hand and took another stick. She ate until the corners of her mouth were full of sticky candy. She was beaming with joy. Chu Yang's heart was moved as he looked at her. He thought, if I use my mouth to kiss off the sugar stains on the corners of little Luo's lips. After thinking for a long time, he finally ran out of tea. After eating the sugar-coated haws, Imo Qingwu cleverly washed her hands. Then, she thought for a while. Then, she came to the medicine that Chu Yang had prepared for her. She looked at Chu Yang with a bitter face and tearful eyes. Elder brother Chu Yang, can I not drink this? It's too bitter. Not good. Chu Yang's face was stiff, but then he smiled. If you drink it, I will tell you a good story. You must keep your word. Imo Qingwu picked up the bowl of medicine with her small hand and gulped it down. Then, she moved a small stool and sat in front of Chu Yang in a well-behaved manner. She rested her chin on her small hand and blinked her big eyes as she looked at Chu Yang, waiting to hear the story. There was even a sly smile on her face. Chu Yang slapped his forehead. He had been fooled. This little girl was born in a big clan. Although she was only 7 years old, She still had the ability to distinguish common medicinal herbs. Chu Yang was afraid that this bowl of medicine would be too bitter. After tasting it, although it was not very bitter, he had added a lot of cold honey. It was like sugar water. How could Mo Qingwu not smell it? She must have already smelled it and just set up a trap for Chu Yang to fall into. She wanted to listen to the story. If Chu Yang did not say that he would tell her a story, she would also happily drink it. Little demon, Chu Yang muttered in his heart. He thought, she is so young and already knows how to lie. What will she do when she grows up? He could only bitterly search for a story in his stomach. But Chu Yang had only said it casually to coax Mo Qingwu to take the medicine. How could he have prepared a story? After searching for a long time, he did not find any good story. Mo Qingwu's small face gradually turned ugly. She frowned and looked at Chu Yang suspiciously. She said disappointedly, "Brother Chu Yang is lying, right?" Her tone was full of distrust. "Why would I lie? Brother Chu Yang will lie to anyone but you." Chu Yang suddenly had an idea. He had an idea. A long, long time ago, Chu Yang began. After a long time, Mo Qingwu's crisp voice said, "This is not good. Tell me another one." Chu Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. "This one, then the next one, I heard. This one is not good either. Tell me another one." Chu Yang was sweating profusely. He frowned with a bitter face. "Then tell me. Still not good. Tell me another one." Chu Tsung's eyes stared blankly. "Tell me. Still not good. Tell me another one." Chu Yang's head spun. That year. Even worse. Little Luo glared at Chu Yang. She was about to flip out. Chu Yang fell to the ground. His face was ashen. He wanted to cry, but there were no tears. "Oh my God. This? Chasing girls and picking them up is too difficult. How can I live like this? I can't even get through this day. Haha." Mo Chengyu had woken up at some point. Seeing Chu Yang's appearance, he could not help but laugh. He was rejoicing in Chu Yang's misfortune. "Brother, you've finally experienced the pain that I've suffered." Chapter 122. Mo Chengyu showed an expression of, "I want to help, but I can't," as he spread out his hands. He said, "Little miss, look at how good Uncle Chu Yang is to you. Let Uncle Chu Yang tell you a few nice stories." 1 inch its big brother Chu Yang. The little girl was very fierce. Her red mouth and white teeth looked as if she wanted to bite someone. She clawed at him and said, "Big brother Chu Yang is lying. His stories are not nice at all." Mo Chengyu sweated a little and said, Okay, brother Chu Yang is brother Chu Yang. Big brother Chu Yang has a good story. He will tell it soon." "Really, big brother Chu Yang?" The little girl looked at Chu Yang with hopeful eyes full of desire. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Yang looked at Mo Chengyu with grief and anger. "Damn, you are too shameless. Even if you are shameless, you can't be shameless to this extent." Mo Chengyu pretended not to see Chu Yang's eyes. He smiled and said, "Yes, I am. Miss, listen to brother Chu Yang's story. It's very pleasant to hear." Buttocks with a turn, he disappeared without a trace. "Hey!" Chu Yang's outstretched hand stopped in midair. He was completely speechless. "Big brother Chu Yang, hurry up and tell me." Mo Qingwu reached out her small hand and gently pulled Chu Yang's sleeve. Her bright sleeves and big eyes made her look even more pitiful. "Say something nice." Chu Yang. After a long time, Chu Yang came out of the secret chamber. His steps were staggering, his face was pale, and his eyes were blank. His lips were dry. He sat down on the floor and groaned. He muttered, "Picking up girls is really good." He thought about how he would have to continue this picking up girls for at least 7 or 8 years, maybe even 10 years. Chu Yang's eyes turned white. He had a strong feeling of collapse. Mo Qingwu was not like this when she became an adult. She was usually smiling gently and was very gentle. She would look at him and then quietly do her own thing. She was charming and elegant. Why was Mo Qingwu so strange when she was young? Chu Yang sighed. Then, he strode to the front of the water tank and plunged his head into it. "I'm dying of thirst. If it were you, you wouldn't stop talking. Try a 2-hour story? Dude, this is going to kill people." However, Chu Yang was still very gratified. He even felt that Emo Qingwu was the real Emo Qingwu now. Just happy. He would rather Emo Qingwu maintain this kind of pure happiness even after a few years. Childishness could disappear, but happiness could not. From tomorrow onwards, I'll go read extensively and specifically look for stories to read. Chu Yang's heart was ruthless. I swear. In order to pick up girls, in order to raise them, I'm going all out. It was already afternoon. Chu Yang had finished cooking and brought the rice in. Then, he carefully distributed the rice bags evenly. In an instant, half of the traces in the pot were washed away. The bottom half is left unbrushed, and the dishes served 2 of them were removed and placed aside. The remaining one was placed in a messy position. Okay. Then, Chu Yang gave Emo Qingyu a few words and left. Emo Qingyu was a king-level master. Of course, he was experienced and knew the severity of the situation. On this point, Chu Yang is very assured. Moreover, the secret chamber was related to the Calamity Sword. Chu Yang had built it for himself. If he was not a first-rate mechanism master, he would not have done it. Chu Yang went out to find Taibu Tian. Taibu Tian had lost a bet to him. That was the medicine in the palace. Chu Yang would not be courteous about it. Although it was said to be a joke, Chu Yang had to take it seriously for once. This was related to Emo Qingwu. Qingwu's lifelong happiness was not serious. Okay. After Chu Yang had left for more than 2 hours, suddenly, a few black shadows quietly landed in the sky. The warrior pavilion searched the entire island silently. Then, they surrounded Chu Yang. The few pavilions that were built at the very center of the island. One of them approached like a ghost. Then, he silently entered and looked around. After circling around, he did not find anything and quietly left. How is it? The one waiting outside was a black-clothed masked man. His eyes were gloomy. They flickered faintly, like a dark fire in the dark night. There's no one here. It's very clean. That person said, according to our investigation, there are only 2 people here. Moreover, one of them has been out for more than 20 days and has not returned. There is only 1 person here. The traces inside are also very clear. Recently, there was indeed only 1 person here. Stay. 1. Go look for rice bags, pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. See if there's any medicine here. See if there are any traces of medicine. The black-clothed masked man's eyes were half closed as he spoke softly. Yes, throne. This time, 3 or 4 people entered the room at the same time. That throne stood for a while. Then, he also moved his feet and walked step by step into Chu Yang's room. I can't see anything from the rice bag. However, this guy is really sloppy. The floor is full of vegetable soup, pots, and bowls. The pots and pans are all unwashed. From the smell, it seems that he is not tidied up since last night. He should be alone. There's no doubt about it. Oh. That throne walked into the kitchen suspiciously. As soon as he entered, he was almost smoked. His eagle-like eyes carefully examined every item. He then nodded lightly and said, Yes, it's fine. It seems that there's only 1 person in here. Throne, I found the medicine storehouse. Go take a look. The so-called medicine storehouse was an almost sealed small room. Inside, there were some medicinal herbs that Chu Yang had no use for. They were scattered on the floor. Naturally, Chu Yang did not forget to leave behind some medicinal herbs that were relatively more precious. This guy is really lazy. However, there are some good things. That throne stood at the door and looked at the messy piles of medicine inside. He frowned. There are 2 medicine pots here. One of the black-clothed masked men shouted. That king-level expert paced over. He slightly sniffed and said, This is obviously new. It hasn't been used yet. But, this? Motherfucker, this medicine was brewed at least a month ago. And, the dregs of the medicine are still inside. Motherfucker. Chu Yang spent a lot of effort to collect the dregs of medicine. Now, he could finally put them to good use. One of the masked men even pushed aside the rotten white hair. He wrinkled his nose and looked at the dregs inside. He said with certainty, It's for treating colds. Get lost. Who told you to look through it? Are you very knowledgeable? You actually said that it's for treating colds. That throne-level leader wrinkled his nose in anger. He slapped the masked man's face. Dregs from a month ago. Even if it's for treating internal injuries, it shouldn't be related to the Mo clan. A month ago, Mo Chengyu was still sleeping in the Mo clan. It turned out that when that masked man looked through the dregs, the rotten smell of the dregs started to spread out. It made the medicine storehouse even more stinky than the public toilets in the barracks. Yes, I deserve to die. That masked man repeatedly admitted his mistake. He loosened his grip and threw the medicine pot away. It landed on the floor with a bang. It was a pot used to boil medicine. How strong can it be? Of course, it immediately broke into pieces. An even more intense stench spread out in all directions. That throne-level leader was furious. He slapped the masked man's face several times. Then, he covered his nose and ran out of the medicine storehouse. His movement was extremely fast. Once he was outside, he gasped for air. His eyes were filled with anger. He had seen brainless people before, but he had never seen such a brainless person. Everyone who was searching around covered their noses and ran out in a sorry state. Asterisk. What is this smell? Who made it? I already smelled it to death. The throne-level leader covered his nose and asked in a low voice, "Did you find anything? Is there any secret passage or something like that?" His voice was filled with anger. "I didn't find anything. If you didn't find anything, then why are you guys still here? Why aren't you leaving? Fuck your ancestors. Do you think this place smells good?" The throne-level leader was furious. With a whoosh, he flew into the air and disappeared without a trace. He had been wronged. He was a Heimo king-level leader and a king-level master of Jianghu. Even in the upper three heavens, he was still a powerful person. When had he ever been to such a dirty place? What a disgrace. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They covered their noses and cursed as they followed behind the throne-level leader. The last person was the knowledgeable guy. He couldn't help but retch. He vomited to his heart's content and walked away weakly. The throne-level leader's slaps were not in vain. After all, he had lost 2 teeth and half a mouthful of blood. Official Chu Yang naturally didn't know about these things. He was currently in the treasury of the palace. His Highness Butian was very puzzled by the fact that King of Hell Chu had come to his door to ask for a gambling debt. He was very puzzled. You just made a fool of yourself, okay? Why is it that you don't trust me and come to my door to ask for a debt? Am I that untrustworthy? You don't trust me? Besides, gambling debts are very common in Ironcloud Citadel. Every day, there are even fights because of gambling debts. But gambling debts from the ruler of a nation, the actual ruler of a nation, is not something that can be done easily. This was very unusual. Therefore, Butian was very depressed. Looking at King of Hell Chu's anxious face, it was as if he would not give it to him if he was late. Your Royal Highness, cough, hee, you haven't honored the bet that you just made. You lost to me one, right? One, just look at what he said. Tai Butian almost fainted from anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Minister Chu, you are really something. Do you think I can renege on my gambling debt? Haha, cough. I was just afraid that your highness would forget things. Chu Yang was actually a little embarrassed, but he didn't show it. Who told him to be so thick-skinned? Being looked down on? It doesn't matter. As long as you honor your debt, you can look down on me as much as you want. As the saying goes, if you are thin-skinned, you can't eat. If you are thick-skinned, you can eat until you are satisfied. Chapter 123. This is it. Tai Butian said expressionlessly, Minister Chu, I'll wait for you outside. You can go in and pick whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you take them all. I won't have any complaints. Tai Butian was naturally very uncomfortable to be forced to pay off his gambling debts. Throughout history, he was probably the first person to be forced to pay off his gambling debts. This could be considered as a historical precedent. Tai Butian's heart was filled with resentment. These words were clearly meant to make things difficult for Chu Yang. Look at how generous I am. This is called elegance. This is called self-restraint. This is called temperament. Unlike you? Fuck. Even if a hooligan wants to pay off gambling debts, he won't take them on the same day, and moreover, with just you alone. How much can you take away? Tai Butian was happy to be generous. Good, good, good. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands together, ignoring Tai Butian's dissatisfaction. Waha, your highness is a good person. I'm going. Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared with a shio sound. He impatiently dove into the cave. Tai Butian didn't even have time to say a few words of modesty before there was no one in front of him. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He thought to himself, this king of Hell Chu is like his predecessors who have gone mad from poverty. He just arrived at Iron Cloud and robbed dozens of big families in one night. Now that he's looking at the treasury of the palace, he's like a bandit who has entered a village. That excitement. I really despise him. As he thought, he ordered someone to bring a chair over and sat down in front of the treasury. He thought to himself, I'd like to see how much you can take away. Look at you, you miser. Humph. Chu Yang stepped into the treasury and was immediately dazzled. Oh my God, so many good things. The calamity sword in his dantian also became active, eager to try. Don't rush, let's do it bit by bit. Chu Yang was calm. Looking at the huge treasury, he was very excited. As expected of the palace, it had been accumulated over many years. At the very front, there were all kinds of strange metals. As if afraid that Chu Yang wouldn't recognize them, there were labels on each of them. So standard. Chu Yang clicked his tongue in admiration. This will save me a lot of effort. With a flick of his wrist, the sword tip of the calamity sword appeared in his hand, shining brightly. Suck. Don't be shy, just suck it. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Leave one or two pieces of those that aren't rare. Those rare ones are hard to find outside. Absorb them all. No problem. The sword tip of Calamity Sword was like a hungry wolf that had been starved for years. Following Chu Yang's hand gestures, they began to devour like wolves and tigers. Tai Butian had been waiting outside. But who would have thought that he wouldn't come out even after waiting for so long? So, he couldn't help but become bewildered. Don't tell me that this king of Hell Chu ate those medicines alive? The treasure vault was only so big. He couldn't possibly get lost, right? He wanted to go in and take a look, but his previous words were too arrogant. If he went in, it would seem that he was being watched. Moreover, this king of Hell Chu would say that he was a sore loser. After pondering for a long time, Tai Butian still sat at the door and didn't move. She also hardened her heart. King of Hell Chu, I want to see how long you can stay in there. I'm going to waste my time with you today. After a long while, just when Tai Butian was about to lose her patience, finally, King of Hell Chu came out. When King of Hell Chu came out, he looked a little unhappy and dissatisfied. It seemed that this treasure vault in the palace had greatly disappointed him. Chu Yang's left hand was holding a few medicinal herbs. In his right hand, he was holding 2 pieces of shining metal. Must? After coming out, Chu Yang sighed. He was very sincere and extremely disappointed. You were inside for such a long time, and you only picked out these few things? Tai Butian's eyes widened. Sigh. Chu Yang sighed again in disappointment. Then, he raised his eyes and looked at Tai Butian. Your Highness, you are generous enough, but this treasure vault in the palace is really a little shabby. What's wrong? Tai Butian frowned. There really isn't much left, Chu Yang sighed. I searched left and right, I searched front and back, but in the end, I only picked out these few things. As he said, he shook the 2 pitiful snow ginseng in his hand. The 2 pieces of metal in his right hand also touched each other, making a crisp sound. In this quiet space, the sound spread far and wide. Compared to such a huge treasure trove, such a small amount of things was simply a pitiful burden. Only these few things? Tai Butian was a little surprised. Are your standards so high? Besides, these things aren't anything good in here. It's really. I'm too embarrassed to say it. Chu Yang said dejectedly, let's go. Wait. Tai Butian waved her hand. I'll go in and take a look. As she said, she dashed in, extremely vigorous. But after she went in, she was shocked. Was this still the treasure vault of the royal family? On each of the huge shelves, there were only a few pitiful pieces of metal on some shelves, and there were even some shelves that were completely empty. one by one. The labels trembled and swayed slightly with the sound of the wind brought by Tai Butian's sudden entrance, as if they were telling their infinite grievances. But there was a thick layer of dust on the shelves. Tai Butian looked at all this in disbelief. She kept muttering to herself, "What's going on? What's going on?" The pitiful Supreme Highness was a little confused. Chu Yang followed behind her and also walked in. He tried his best to say in a heavy voice, "Supreme Highness, why do you have to do this? Actually, I'm already very satisfied to be able to find these two 500-year-old snow ginseng today." Tai Butian turned a deaf ear to him and walked in. Inside was the medicinal herb vault. Tai Butian clearly remembered that there were many heavenly treasures in here. When she went in to take a look, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. There were still many medicinal herbs in here, including ginseng and ganoderma. But those rare heavenly treasures that ordinary people might not even see in their entire lives were all gone. In fact, there weren't even any boxes. Tai Butian only felt a wave of dizziness and couldn't help but sway a little. Chu Yang very kindly hurriedly supported her and said, "Supreme Highness, what's wrong?" With this support, he felt that Tai Butian's shoulders were thin and weak but full of texture. Moreover, there was a faint feeling of a very slippery texture. Tai Butian calmly took a step forward and broke away from Chu Yang's support. She said, "I really didn't expect that the royal family's treasure vault would actually fall to such a state. Your Highness also rarely comes to this treasure vault, right?" Chu Yang said patiently. "Of course. If there's nothing, why would I go to the treasure vault? I'm not a miser," Tai Butian said indifferently. Chu Yang didn't seem to realize that the miser that Tai Butian was referring to was himself. He only sighed and said, "It's no wonder. After years of war, even a rich treasury would have long been empty. Every day, every hour, there are so many soldiers injured. No matter how many heavenly treasures there are, how can they save the lives of every warrior?" Chu Yang's words had vaguely directed the spearhead to Tai Longcheng. Moreover, it was clear that even if all the medicines and things here were used up, they were used in the right way. Tai Butian was silent for a while. Then, she slowly said, "I think so. These things can be considered to be used to their full potential." When she saw the treasure vault in such a state, her first thought was exactly the same as Chu Yang's comforting words. In the whole world, only second uncle Tai Longcheng could come here and open this place. And second uncle's army thirsted for elixirs and strange metals. Needless to say, Tai Butian also knew. As for theft, there was no such possibility. If the elixirs were stolen, it might be possible. But those strange metals weighed hundreds of kilograms, and some even thousands of kilograms. How could they be stolen in such a heavily guarded place like the royal palace? Even if one could steal a piece, who would have the ability to empty the entire treasure vault? Even if a supreme martial artist came, he would definitely not be able to do it so stealthily. Tai Butian naturally didn't know that the real culprit was King of Hell Chu, who was standing in front of her with a look of disappointment on his face. It was really hard on this guy. He had secretly made a fortune to this extent, but he still had to put on a worried look. How strong was his willpower? What kind of mental cultivation was required to achieve such a feat? She turned her head to look at Chu Yang. Tai Butian felt very ashamed in her heart. She had solemnly asked Minister Chu to go in and take it himself. In the end, when Minister Chu went in, it was as if he had just taken a stroll around. Even those things in his hands seemed to be just a gesture to comfort her. Tai Butian clearly saw that there were many more things in this treasure vault that Minister Chu had in his hands. It was obvious that Minister Chu was afraid that she would lose face. So, he deliberately took two of those things to comfort her. Thinking of this, Tai Butian felt even more uncomfortable in her heart. Minister Chu is a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. He is so honest and considerate. He is so good at thinking for others. Minister Chu, it's as if I haven't repaid my gambling debt today. Tai Butian said with a serious smile. However, I guarantee that I will definitely compensate Minister Chu for this loss. What are you saying, Your Highness? Minister Chu spoke with awe-inspiring righteousness. Originally, I only wanted these things to forge a few weapons to equip the army. I also wanted to see if I could create a kind of divine medicine to offer to the crown prince in order to relieve the pain of the wounded. So, what's this or not? Minister Chu said sincerely and solemnly, Your Highness is too serious. Tai Butian's heart surged. She couldn't help but look at Chu Yang with a strange expression. She tried hard to control her thoughts, but still couldn't help but pat Chu Yang's shoulder and said, Minister Chu, good, good, good. Minister Chu is so benevolent and righteous. He's so considerate of the overall situation. He's such a hero with an open mind. So, how can he accept my offer of compensation to him? Not only will he not accept it, but it will also be an insult to Minister Chu's noble character. Chapter 124. The two walked out of the treasury side by side. Only then did they realize that the sky was already dark. In front of the palace, there was a person holding two horses, waiting for the two. It was Wu Qianqian. Seeing Chu Yang come out, Wu Qianqian was overjoyed. She said, Minister, please hurry back to Butian Pavilion. Something happened at Butian Pavilion. Something happened at Butian Pavilion? What happened? Chu Yang frowned. A group of people in black came. All of them are highly skilled in martial arts. They want us to hand over the people who came that day. Wu Qianqian said anxiously, We explained for a long time, but they still didn't believe us. They were about to fight. If you weren't outside, they would have asked you for an explanation. I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Yang was shocked. He quickly got on his horse and said, Your Highness, this is urgent. I will go first. Then he said, Your Highness, please let the guards send you back to the imperial residence. Don't come to Butian Pavilion. I'm afraid there will be danger. As he said this, he took the fierce mask and cloak from Wu Qianqian. With a leap, he put them on neatly and landed on the horse's back. His two legs clamped together, and the horse rushed out. Wu Qianqian followed closely behind. The two of them disappeared from Tai Butian's sight in the blink of an eye. Tai Butian's eyes flashed. He shouted, Return to the imperial residence immediately. I have important matters to attend to. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would let these two go to Butian Pavilion to see who was so daring. At this moment, Butian Pavilion was in a complete mess. In the main hall, the 14 seats were all filled with people in black. On Chu Yang's seat sat a black-clothed masked man with a golden blade. His eyes were sinister and disdainful. He didn't seem to care about the organization that was created by the three empresses. In front of each person, there was a cup of tea. Steam rose in spirals. Before Wu Qianqian left, she spent a lot of effort to persuade these people to sit here peacefully. At the side, in the small courtyard of the fierce blood hall, faint echoes of the Ho could be heard intermittently. There were people who were injured because they tried to stop these people. These people were the people that Chu Yang hated to the core. They were the ones who injured Mo Qingwu, the Heimo clan. They had finally come knocking on his door. After all, that day at the city gate, Chu Yang ordered the large man to be sent to Butian Pavilion. That was under the watchful eyes of many people. It would be strange if they did not hear about it. The sound of horses galloping could be heard outside. The eyes of the black-clothed people in the main hall lit up. Is the legendary king of Hell Chu finally going to appear? The sound of horse hooves suddenly stopped at the entrance. Then, hurried footsteps sounded. A person wearing a ferocious mask and a black cloak walked in quickly and calmly. In the night, under the illumination of the lamplight, the two gazes were like two cold stars, steady and calm. Chu Yanwang finally appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Chu Li's clear and cold eyes slowly sized up his surroundings. Then, he asked the 14 masked men in black who had not stood up, Have you all come here to look for this Chu? Chu Yan's reply to King of Hell was not deliberately estranged. Instead, it was very warm. It was clear that his current state of mind was very peaceful. There was a hint of surprise in his voice, as if he had no idea what these people were here for. Are you King of Hell Chu? The minister of Butian Pavilion? The black-clothed man sitting at the top snorted coldly. He chuckled and said, What great prestige! What great arrogance! Chu Yang's legs went soft. It was not because he was afraid. It was because when he was in the treasury, due to the lack of time, he used all of his energy and mental energy to help the Calamity Sword devour. When it finally finished devouring, it directly caused Chu Yang's energy to run out. Not even a bit was left. Then, something like this happened again. He had galloped all the way back and didn't have time to adjust his breathing. However, Chu Yang had deliberately done this. Since the timing was so coincidental, Chu Yang naturally wanted to use these people's mouths to spread the extremely absurd rumor that he did not know any martial arts. In front of the seniors, this official naturally does not dare to do anything. Although Chu Yang was wearing a mask, his voice gave people the feeling of a spring breeze. It was as if he had seen a good friend he had not seen for many years. There was warmth in his voice. When he opened his mouth, he referred to himself as this official. His meaning was, I am a court official, not a Jianghu person. When you talk to me, try not to use the Jianghu methods. Oh, as a king-level master, how good was his eyesight? The man sitting at the head of the table saw through Chu Yang's situation. He could not help but be a little surprised. This minister of Butian Pavilion, the most important person in Iron Cloud, did not have the slightest bit of energy in his body. Moreover, his mental energy was pitifully weak. He was completely an ordinary person who did not know any martial arts. When he walked, his footsteps were light and his eyes were lifeless. The muscles on his body did not have the unique luster of a martial artist. He really did not know any martial arts. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? You have come from afar. I have not asked for your guidance. Where are you going? Chu Yang cupped his fists and asked, Who are we? Everyone knows. The other experts looked at him sinisterly. Today, I came to ask Minister Fu about some things and understand some things. Haha, I know why you are all here. Chu Yang calmly walked into the main hall. He walked into the area surrounded by the 2 king-level masters and the 12 revered martial artists. Then, he glanced around and sat down on a seat next to them. You know? The king-level master looked at Chu Yang with a sinister gaze. At this moment, Chu Yang was very close to him. He could see that he was not mistaken. This was an ordinary person. 2 days ago, at the city gate, this lowly official found 2 people. At that time, they were already seriously injured. So I took the liberty to send them to Butian Pavilion. Chu Yang's voice was full of regret, but there was no trace of regret. Where are those 2 people now? The king-level expert's eyes were fixed on Chu Yang. Under the pressure of his eyes, even if Xiao was an ordinary person, even if he was a revered martial artist, he would be immediately exposed if he told half a lie. Haha, Senior must know that in our Iron Cloud, talents are precious. Chu Yang sighed. After years of war, the strength of the nation has long been exhausted. The lack of talents is also extremely serious. Ever since this Chu received His Highness' favor and entered Butian Pavilion, I have been worried day and night, unable to sleep at night. The situation is very serious, and I often sigh that I am powerless. Chu Yang said slowly. The king-level master's eyes showed a trace of impatience, but he still did not say anything. That day, I suddenly discovered an expert who was in trouble in my Iron Cloud. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, So I had the thought of recruiting him. When he said this, the 14 men in black in the main hall snorted disdainfully. Recruit? Do you think he is an ordinary person? He is from the Mo clan, and he is a king-level master. Let's not talk about the fact that he is seriously injured. Even if you acknowledge him as your godfather, how could he possibly accept the recruitment of someone from the lower 3 heavens? But when he said this, everyone came to a sudden realization. Chu Yang's motive for saving those 2 people at that time was completely unmistakable. Everyone put themselves in Chu Yang's shoes and thought that if they were in the same position as Butian Pavilion's minister, they would probably have the same thoughts. The current Iron Cloud was really too difficult. Facts have proven that this official thought too much. Chu Yang sighed in disappointment. What happened to those 2 people? The king-level master's eyes flashed behind his mask as he asked. Even he did not realize that his voice had softened a lot compared to before. She was doing her best for her country, and she was doing it without knowing it. How could you blame her for it? That big man was not a problem. Although his internal and external injuries were serious, he would recover after a period of rest. But that little girl was a bit difficult to deal with. At such a young age, she was frightened and injured. She almost died. Chu Yang used a respectful tone and said, "Thank you, His Royal Highness, for taking 2 people to the palace to find Senior Du Shiqing." But the unexpected thing was that the little girl's injuries were too serious. Senior Du was only able to alleviate the situation and temporarily save her life. He could not cure her. The king-level master in black pondered and slowly nodded. His sword was blocked by a Mo Qingyu, but it was not something a little girl could withstand. This guy's words should not be false. Chu Yang's words were partly true and partly false. Aside from his own motives, everything else was true. Naturally, it would make it sound very convincing. And then that big man. Ah, speaking of which, this brother is really loyal and courageous. He is truly a good man. Chu Yang was not stingy with his praise for Mo Chengyu. He said with admiration, under such circumstances, he immediately wanted to leave. After half a day of rest, he wanted to take his little master to find a famous doctor. This lowly official tried every possible way to persuade him to stay. At that time, I even proposed that if he was willing to stay, I would give up the position of minister of Butian Pavilion. Even with such conditions, he was still not moved. Chu Yang sighed in admiration. His only condition was that as long as we could cure his little brother, he would agree to do one thing for us. It's a pity that we can't fulfill this condition. Can't do it. Hee. The sovereign laughed, full of disdain. He thought to himself, I personally released the Hayamo sword energy, and you want to break it? You are overestimating yourself. You're not telling the truth. You are lying to me. The king-level master sensed that Chu Yang was very serious and was telling the truth, but in the end, there was some uncertainty. Chapter 125. Chu Yang looked at the king-level leader with sincerity and said, Senior, this Jiang Hu expert is a man of his word. This official believes in him. Therefore, I am looking forward to it. I even have some plans for what I want to do in the future. However, this matter is a secret between Butian Pavilion and me. It is related to the war between the 2 countries. I ask Senior to keep it a secret. The king-level leader slowly took the lead and looked at the other person. They both knew what was going on. Yes, this was in line with Mo Chengyu's pedantic, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water character. You, King of Hell Chu, are quite honest. The king-level leader said gloomily, however, that so-called expert. I am afraid he will not be able to do anything for you. Why? Chu Yang smiled and said, I can see that brother is a man of his word. He is a man of his word. Of course, such a man would keep his word. Haha. Why? Of the 14 masked men, 10 of them laughed mockingly. One of them jokingly said, because the person you are talking about is about to die at the hands of our king-level leader. How can a dead man repay a debt of gratitude? Chu Yang's eyes revealed a look of extreme shock. He stammered, this, where did they go? The king-level leader coldly snorted. This, I really do not know. King of Hell Chu seemed to be immersed in a great sense of loss. He actually pleaded, Senior, can you be merciful to that person? Such a good person. If he dies, it would be a pity. King of Hell Chu sighed. This matter is not for a rotten secular official like you to decide. The king-level leader coldly looked at him with a cold gaze. Chu Yang shivered at the perfect moment. Then, he forced himself to look calm. The 2 king-level leaders looked at each other. Their lips faintly moved as if they were discussing something. Although they were people of the Hayamo clan who could not return in 3 days, they did not want to go against a secular country. Seeing that there was no result, they naturally had to leave. Chu Yang nervously opened his mouth. He wanted to say something but stopped. What else do you want to say? The Lord of the Throne was sensitive enough to notice his little movements. It's like this. I find it difficult to speak. Chu Yang stammered, Seniors, you are all experts with supernatural powers. My iron cloud is currently in a perilous situation. If I may be so bold, I will tell you. Chu Yin King's eyes became awe-inspiring and righteous. It seemed as if he was ready to risk everything. He stood up, clasped his hands, and said in a loud voice, "May this Chu be so bold as to ask the seniors if you can lend a hand to my iron cloud?" From top to bottom of Iron Cloud, millions of people are grateful. Audacious? You sure are bold. The black-clothed king-level expert almost burst into laughter. You saved our enemy and helped him escape. Not killing you is already an extra favor. Yet, you still want to recruit us? The king-level expert's words caused all the experts of the Hayamo clan to burst into laughter. Everyone looked at this king of Hell Chu with ridicule in their eyes. They felt that this was somewhat outrageous. Chu Yang was silent for a moment. Then, he seriously said, "Senior, you are wrong. Before I saved him, I didn't know about the grievances between you. Moreover, even if you knew, what would you do?" The black-clothed king-level expert coldly asked. Chu Yang straightened his chest and said in a loud voice, "Even if I knew. As long as there was even the slightest possibility that he would be recruited by me to help my iron cloud, I would still save him, even if it was just a promise." These words were powerful and resonant. Chu Yang stared at this king-level expert. He didn't back down for a moment. In an instant, all the black-clothed people in the main hall were stunned by these words. This Minister Chu was just an ordinary person and didn't have the slightest bit of martial strength. However, the imposing manner he displayed at this moment was extremely upright. The courage he displayed at this moment was also very admirable. The black-clothed king-level expert coldly stared at Chu Yang. After a while, he finally sighed deeply and said, "Good Minister Chu. Good King of Hell Chu." His voice actually contained a hint of admiration. Then, he brushed his sleeves and stood up. He lightly said, "This old man came here today with the intention of raising this Butian pavilion to the ground if I couldn't find the person. However, you are indeed worthy of being King of Hell Chu. Today, this old man will let you go. Let's go." With this order, the 13 black-clothed people stood up at the same time and walked out. No one said a word. With a king-level expert's order, naturally, no one dared to refute. On the other hand, these murderous and merciless executioners were also subdued by Chu Yang. An ordinary person who didn't have the slightest bit of martial strength was actually able to speak calmly and confidently under the pressure of a king-level expert. This kind of bearing and calmness was already evident. Moreover, Minister Chu had displayed his chivalry, righteousness, and courage for the sake of the country and the people. He was a righteous man. Such a loyal man would be respected no matter where he was. Even if they were evil people, they still respected heroes. What's more, it's just a misunderstanding. The black-clothed king-level expert was the last to leave. He fluttered to the door and turned back to look at Chu Yang. In his malicious eyes, there was a faint trace of warmth. He said, "Unfortunately, you don't know martial arts. However, if Iron Cloud is destroyed, would you be willing to follow my family?" Damn! Chu Yang was startled. He didn't think that his performance would attract the attention of Imo Qingwu's great enemy. "I was born a citizen of Iron Cloud, and I will die a ghost of Iron Cloud. If Iron Cloud is destroyed, then I would have already turned into ashes before the country was destroyed. Senior's good intentions, I can only accept it." Chu Yin replied in a heroic manner. He wasn't lying. If Iron Cloud was destroyed, then Chu Yang's plan to defy the heavens and change fate would fail. Then, his master would die, his brothers would die, and Qingwu would not survive. Then, Chu Yang would feel that there was no meaning in living anymore. Good man. What a pity. What a pity. The king-level expert said, "What a pity," twice in a row. Then, he fluttered away and disappeared into the night sky. A faint voice was heard, "Carefully search the other places of Iron Cloud. He is seriously injured. How can he walk?" After they left, a shadowy figure silently flew up from the top of the main hall and disappeared in a flash. Even the 2 king-level experts of the Hayamo clan did not notice when this person came. He finally left. Chu Yang sat on the ground, feeling weak all over. After today, Qing Wu's threat from the Heimo clan should have been eliminated a lot, right? Just now, he answered correctly because he relied on the Ran body's strength. Now that he relaxed, he felt that his whole body was exhausted to the point of no return. Was the aura of a king-level expert so easy to endure? Chu Yang took a deep breath and tried to mobilize the remaining energy in his dantian. After a long time, he felt his dantian slowly move. He controlled his qi and circulated it 3 times. Suddenly, with a boom, a large amount of vital qi surged out from his meridians. It rushed into his meridians and merged with the qi of the Calamity Sword. Then, the 7 cold qi absorbed by the Calamity Sword suddenly surged out and wrapped around this vital qi. His Zhenqi surged upwards, and with the momentum of breaking through bamboo, it arrived at the bottleneck of Wumo. It was like 100 zhang tall raging wave crashing against a dam that could not withstand a single blow. It actually surged through the bottleneck without stopping. Then, it continued to surge and sweep through the meridians. The bottleneck that had not been broken for a long time was broken through at this moment without any hindrance. Chu Yang could not help but be overjoyed. He closed his eyes and guided the energy in his body to break through the bottleneck. At the same time, he sank his mind into his sea of consciousness and tried to use the soft water power that he had just comprehended to penetrate this turbulent energy. In an instant, he entered a state where he forgot about everything around him. He had already exhausted all his energy and mental energy. He had to force himself to fight against 2 king-level experts and 12 revered martial artists. He also had to control his mind and not panic. He also had to deceive the other party. Even if he was at his peak and his physical strength and mental energy were at their peak, he would not be able to withstand this kind of mental pressure. However, he relied on his unparalleled willpower and the pure strength of his flesh to forcefully endure all of it. Although he appeared calm and collected on the surface, in reality, his mental state was so tense that it was on the verge of breaking. Moreover, when his mental energy was at its peak, Shifeng suddenly left. This kind of pressure that exceeded his limit by more than 10 times to a sudden feeling of relaxation actually made his bottleneck disappear. Once he recovered, he did not need to break through. He actually automatically entered the realm of martial master. Although he had been stuck at this bottleneck for a few days, breaking through so easily still made Chu Yang extremely happy. Chu Yang cultivated in the main hall, while Wu Qianqian stood quietly outside the door. Since Chu Yang entered the main hall, he did not deliberately lower his voice. Including Wu Qianqian, Qing'ong, and Chen Yutong, all of them clearly heard Chu Yang's words. The 3 of them had different feelings in their hearts. Qing'ong and Chen Yutong had more or less the same thoughts. What kind of people were inside? The 2 of them knew in their hearts. Perhaps the weakest of them was about the same as the 2 of them. It could be said that the person inside would only need to cough once, and Minister Chu would be jolted back to his death. But Chu Yang was neither servile nor overbearing. He calmly faced them. Although he spoke in a gentle tone, he did not back down a single step. If it were someone else, who could do it? Perhaps they would have already wet their pants in fear. Finally, he even said, "Live as an Iron Cloud person, die as an Iron Cloud ghost. If Iron Cloud is destroyed, then I would have turned into ashes before the country was destroyed." His righteousness was awe-inspiring. His magnanimity was majestic, his loyalty was righteous, and his jade blood pill was reborn. All of these were clearly seen. In the end, even these hostile people who had come to cause trouble were subdued by Minister Chu's unyielding character. Not to mention Qing'ong and Chen Yutong who were listening from the side. At that moment, the 2 of them almost burst into tears. Chapter 126. This is a mistake. It should be breaking through to martial artist, not martial master. I have neglected the martial artist position. I am very sorry. Fortunately, my brothers reminded me in the book review section. Thank you. Chen Yutong and Cheng'ong looked at each other and felt the little knot in their hearts disappear quietly. From each other's eyes, they could see a kind of fanaticism and worship. Minister Chu is the #1 martyr of Iron Cloud. To work under such a minister, they would be happy even if they died. Only Wu Qianqian was a little doubtful. Chu Yang's performance today was remarkable. If Wu Qianqian did not know Chu Yang before, she would have believed him without a doubt. But now, she was very doubtful. Chu Yang. He is actually such a person? Such a noble character and righteousness that inspires reverence? Such a person for the country, for the people and for the common people? Doesn't seem like it. In the imperial residence, Taibu Tian frowned tightly. A figure stood quietly in front of him. Minister Chu, haha, what a good Minister Chu. Taibu Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled quietly. He said softly, the reasons that Minister Chu said are not the real reasons. After listening to Ying's reply, he kept thinking. Ying was a person who did not like to talk and cherished his words like gold. But he was forced by Taibu Tian to repeat the scene at that time. He almost broke down when he talked about it. Taibu Tian thought for a long time before he finally came to a conclusion. He sighed and said, if Minister Chu said these words from his heart, how good would that be? It's a pity. It's a pity. It was not that it was too difficult to come to a conclusion, but that Taibu Tian had always had that kind of hope. But Chu Yang's words of loyalty and righteousness made Taibu Tian lose that kind of extravagant hope. Chu Yang stood up and stretched his body. He only heard the sound of his joints cracking. He opened his eyes and 2 rays of light shot out. I finally broke through. I am now a first-grade martial artist. A first-grade martial artist is not much in this world. There are too many sects in the lower 3 heavens. The core strength is made up of martial artists. Moreover, most of them are 5th grade and above martial masters. For the super clans in the upper 3 heavens and the lower 3 heavens, a first-grade martial artist is not surprising. The lowest level of power in the clans are also at this level. Normally, martial artists wouldn't be allowed to go out on missions, because going out would only result in death. Even if he was a rank 1 martial artist, he would still have to train hard at home. According to Chu Yang's age, his birthday was in the 12th lunar month. He would be 17 years old in a few months. At this age, most of the direct descendants of the big clans were already 3rd or 4th grade martial masters. A super genius like Gu Duxing had already entered the ranks of martial great masters. It was nothing to be proud of. But all of this had overlooked one point, and that was that the cultivation conditions of those geniuses were far from what Chu Yang could compare with. Even though the treasury of the lower 3 heavens had a lot of wealth, it couldn't compare to the clans of the lower 3 heavens in terms of resources. The density of spiritual energy in the lower 3 heavens was much higher than that in the lower 3 heavens. Heavenly treasures could only grow in places with dense spiritual energy. The geniuses of the 3 heavens basically grew up eating those things. Chu Yang had basically never eaten those heavenly treasures. Another point was that those geniuses had all started to cultivate their foundation from a young age, and then gradually improved. A 20-year-old Wu Zong, including the innate foundation he had in his mother's womb, was equivalent to 21 years of cultivation. And Chu Yang's previous foundation was so weak that it made one's hair stand on end. It had only been half a year since his rebirth. In half a year, he had advanced from 3rd grade martial warrior to 1st grade martial warrior. He had advanced by 8 grades. Even though it wasn't difficult for a youngster with decent aptitude to advance at such a low level, such a speed was simply unparalleled in the space realm. Since ancient times, there had never been such a thing. Chu Yang, how are you feeling? Are you tired? Wu Qianqian seemed to have been waiting at the side. At this moment, she brought a bowl of steaming hot soup and a large bowl of white rice. You haven't eaten anything in the middle of the night. Chu Yang was feeling hungry. He took the soup and rice and almost buried his head in it, wolfing it down. Wu Qianqian pursed her lips as she watched Chu Yang eat. The corners of her mouth could not help but curve into a happy smile. Oh no! Chu Yang had just eaten a few mouthfuls when he suddenly raised his head. What time is it now? It's 9 o'clock in the morning. You have been meditating, so I told them not to disturb you. Wu Qianqian said softly. Oh no, oh no. Chu Yang's lips were still stained with rice. He put down the 2 bowls with a bang. He had only eaten half of it before he rushed out. What are you doing, you? You already ate. Wu Qianqian stomped her feet behind him. But Chu Yang had already run faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. He only waved his hand from afar. I have an urgent matter. The rice and soup were delicious, thank you. Seeing Chu Yang disappear, Wu Qian stomped her feet hatefully. She gently bit her red lips and muttered, "What urgent matter can be more important than your own health? This Chu Yang is really—" Wu Qian cleaned up the 2 bowls and looked at the remaining half of the soup and rice. She could not help but blush as she remembered Chu Yang's words before he left. The rice and soup were delicious. As long as you think it's delicious, I will make more for you tomorrow. Wu Qian whispered to herself. After she finished speaking, she looked around for a while as if she was afraid that someone would hear her. She then turned her head back, pursed her lips, and smiled with a red face. Chu Yang forgot that there was an adult and a child who had not eaten yet. If the 2 of them ran out now, the consequences would be unimaginable. He hurriedly returned to Emerald Flow Lake and opened the door to Heavenly Armament Pavilion. He almost staggered from the smell and cried out, "Oh my God, it's so smelly." Although it was extremely smelly, Chu Yang was not scared. Instead, he was happy. This meant that people from the Hayamo clan had already been here. Moreover, they had searched very carefully. Otherwise, they would not have broken this extremely smelly medicine jar. Thinking about the scene of the Hayamo clan's people breaking this medicine jar in anger, Chu Yang wanted to laugh out loud. Thinking about this, he quickly walked inside. But after he took 2 steps, there was a rustling sound coming from inside. Someone is still here? Chu Yang tiptoed closer to take a look. He saw the Mo Ching Wu's small figure busying herself with a silk scarf covering her nose to block the stench. Then she clumsily tidied up the messy things in Chu Yang's room. Chu Yang's eyes became hot, and he could not help but feel a little hazy. Through the tears, he seemed to see the Mo Ching Wu from his previous life. Every time she came to his room, she would be busy tidying up for him. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be a slim figure, silently looking at him, and softly calling out, "Chu Yang." "Ching Wu," Chu Yang murmured. The pain in his heart spread like a tide. "Chu Yang, brother Chu Yang, you are back. What did you call me for?" Mo Ching Wu's childish voice rang out, interrupting Chu Yang's memories. "Nothing, little Wu. Why did you suddenly come out?" Chu Yang shook his head and took a few steps forward. He tenderly held Mo Ching Wu's small hand and looked at it. He said somewhat reproachfully, "You are so small. What if you hurt yourself? Don't do this in the future." Mo Ching Wu responded obediently. Although she was young, she could feel Chu Yang's deep concern for her. She tilted her head and smiled. "Uncle Cheng Yu vomited blood again. Now he is seizing the time to practice martial arts. Little Wu is hungry, so I came out to find something to eat." As she spoke, she covered her nose with her small hand and fanned twice, saying, "But I didn't expect Brother Chu Yang's room to be so messy. It stinks. Brother Chu Yang, you are really sloppy." Chu Yang was speechless for a while and hurriedly explained, "These are all deliberately done by Brother Chu Yang. When those bad guys come, they will see that this place is so messy and won't be able to find little Wu. Then little Wu will be safe." "Oh, I see." Mo Ching Wu's eyes reddened. She said guiltily, "So Brother Chu Yang did all this for little Wu. But I misunderstood you. Brother Chu Yang, I am sorry. It's okay. Since this place is like this, those people must have been here." Chu Yang said, "You just sit here obediently. I am going to clean up and cook for you. You haven't eaten for so long. You must be hungry, right?" Mo Ching Wu sniffled. Then, she pitifully rubbed her small belly. "My small belly is flat. You see," as she spoke, she actually lifted up her shirt, revealing her snow-white belly. She pointed at it and said, "Look, isn't it flat? Originally, it was round when I was full." Chu Yang felt dizzy. He quickly put down her shirt and said, "Little Wu, a girl's belly can't be casually shown to others. Remember, Mother didn't say." Mo Ching Wu shook her head. Chu Yang slapped his forehead. He thought to himself that he was really possessive. Mo Ching Wu was only 3 years old. So what if someone saw it? But even though he thought this way, he still subconsciously didn't want others to see it. Chu Yang hurriedly cleaned up the room. First, he dug up a few layers of dirt from the pot and threw it into Emerald Flow Lake. Only then did the stench dissipate a little. Then, he lit up 40 to 50 incense sticks in one breath. After a while, Imo Qingwu sniffled and tiptoed around like a puppy. She sniffed around and excitedly announced, "It doesn't smell anymore." Chu Yang sweated profusely. He didn't expect this little girl to have such a trick up her sleeve. He cooked a few dishes and cooked a big pot of rice. Then, he refused Imo Qingwu's help and cooked 3 times before moving into the secret underground room. In the north, Imo Qingyu had just woken up from his cultivation. As soon as he woke up, this king-level master was bombarded with accusations. He was scolded by a little martial artist. "What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to let little Wu go out? Right now, there are Heimo people everywhere. What if we are discovered? You are already so old and a king-level master. Can't you think of something like this?" Imo Qingyu's face turned red. He knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to refute. He obediently bowed his head and accepted the scolding. "Brother Chu Yang, Uncle Chengyu also told me not to go out. But little Wu was hungry, so I sneaked out. Can you not scold Uncle Chengyu anymore?" Imo Qingwu pulled Chu Yang's sleeve and gently shook it, pleading for Imo Qingyu. "Little Wu, don't worry about him. Today, he must suffer." Chu Yang was not going to let it go. He was very angry. "You are a king-level master. You were protecting Imo Qingwu, but you let her suffer such a serious injury. This is a dereliction of duty. Seeing that you have serious internal injuries, I endured for more than a day, and now you made another mistake." Chapter 127. Chu Yang was very angry. Imo Qingwu was outside by herself, so when he came back, he was scared out of his wits. But in front of the young Imo Qingwu, he could not get angry. So when he saw Imo Qingyu, he vented all of his anger on him. He glared at him and scolded him until his saliva flew everywhere. Imo Qingyu's eyes were wide open as he scolded Chu Yang. A king-level master being scolded by a martial artist. This feeling was very strange, especially when this little martial artist did not stop. He scolded him for a full quarter of an hour. Imo Qingyu's face turned purple as if it was going to explode. His ears were red as he clenched his teeth, but he did not dare to lose his temper. He had a vague thought in his heart. This Chu Yang cares more about the little miss than me. Looking at him, it is as if his wife was stolen. Chu Yang finally ended his reprimand. "In short, you have failed in your duty, and I am very angry. If this kind of situation happens again, you, a king-level expert, don't want to live anymore. Dig a hole and bury yourself in it as soon as possible." Imo Qingyu had not eaten for a whole day, so his stomach was rumbling with hunger. But now, he was scolded to the point that he had no place to eat. This guy was not polite at all. Pointing and scolding was not enough. He even leaned over and scolded him. In the end, he even jumped up and scolded, "Fuck you. I am a king-level master. When have I ever been treated like this? Even the clan leader has never treated me like this." Imo Qingyu's heart was in a mess. Imo Qingwu did not feel anything. Her only thought was, "Brother Chu Yang is too good to me." Especially when Chu Yang scolded him, he did not forget to flatter him. After a few sentences, he would say, "Xiao Wu is so beautiful and cute. If Chuan is like this, how can you bear it? Xiao Wu is so smart. If she goes, won't you feel guilty? Xiao Wu is so smart and lovable. If you..." Therefore, Imo Qingyu was scolded to the point where he couldn't even lift his head. He almost wanted to commit suicide to atone for his sins. But little Luo, who was listening from the side, was somewhat enraged. Although she still couldn't bear it, when she heard Chu Yang say, "Let's eat," little Luo grabbed her chopsticks and began to eat heartily. After being praised, her appetite was greatly stimulated. Her chopsticks fell like rain. When she was half full, she squinted her cute eyes and said, "Brother Chu Yang, is Xiao Wu really as good as you say?" Of course. Chu Yang was also hungry, so he ate quickly. But when he heard this, he immediately stopped chewing. He turned his head and said very seriously, "Xiao Wu, remember this?" "What?" Xiao Luo was a little confused. "Remember, in this world, you are the most beautiful, the smartest, the cutest, the best, the best, the best. Chu Yang said solemnly. His tone was very serious, as if he was making an oath. Wow! Little Luo jumped up in joy. She was so happy that she lost her sense of direction. Then, she rubbed her clothes embarrassedly. Is it really that good? That look in her eyes was obviously hoping for an affirmative answer from Chu Yang. Of course, Chu Yang wouldn't disappoint such a well-behaved little Luo. He nodded solemnly and said with certainty, Of course. Xiaowu is definitely better than what I said. 100 times better. 1,000 times. 10,000 times. Little Luo Ji beamed with delight. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Suddenly, she pounced on Chu Yang, hugged his neck, and kissed his face with all her might. Her oily little mouth kissed Chu Yang's face fiercely, leaving a clear oily mark. Then, she let go and praised, Brother Chu Yang, you're also the best in my heart. The best, the best, the best. Chu Yang touched his cheek. It seemed that he could still feel that gentle touch. He couldn't help but smile foolishly. Oh heavens, I finally took the first step and got a kiss. Qing Wu's kiss. Although she is just a little Luo who doesn't know anything and is greasy. After that, the atmosphere became even more harmonious. Emo Qing Wu ate a few mouthfuls of rice. Then, she would squint her eyes, tilt her head, and smile at Chu Yang. Then, she would eat a few more mouthfuls of rice and smile foolishly once again. Chu Yang naturally returned the favor. From time to time, he would smile encouragingly. Eat this bone. And this meat. Xiao Wu, come, eat this. Chu Yang eagerly urged her to eat this. Uncle Chengyu hasn't eaten yet. There isn't much food left. Emo Qingwu looked at the little food on the plate and was a little worried. Just now, in a moment of happiness, she had eaten more than twice as much as usual. He is not hungry. Don't worry about him. Come, eat this. Chu Yang didn't care about Emo Chengyu's life or death. Who said I am not hungry? Emo Chengyu angrily said. Earlier, he had lost his appetite because of Chu Yang's scolding. Then, he saw the two of them flattering each other. Their words were exaggerated, their tone was passionate, and their expressions were flattering. It made him want to vomit. The little miss was still young, so there was nothing wrong with that. But you, Chu Yang, you are already an adult, yet you still do such a thing. Your expression is even more exaggerated than the little miss. His appetite, which had just been aroused, immediately disappeared after seeing Chu Yang's expression. Plus, he felt full and wanted to vomit. At this moment, Chu Yang was becoming more and more excessive. He didn't even leave his food. Emo Chengyu was furious. This is too much. After a few mouthfuls, the plate was already empty. Emo Chengyu raised his chopsticks and looked at the empty plates. He was very depressed. Not only did he step on nothing, but he also lost his food. He had just started to eat when he felt the most hungry. Looking at the other side, Emo Qingwu was holding her belly and rolling around on the bed. Wow, I ate too much. She secretly lifted her friend's clothes and said with a bitter face, oh no, my belly is not only round, but it is also bulging. Chu Yang burped. Then, he calmly picked his teeth and said, Is it delicious? Tomorrow, Big Brother will make more for you. Very good. Humph. Emo Qingwu happily patted her belly. In fact, it was not because the food was too good, but because Chu Yang's praise made her happy and her appetite increased. I haven't eaten yet. Emo Chengyu angrily said. Little Wu, come. Let's move around. Big Brother will help you digest. If you eat too much, you will become a little fat girl, and you won't be pretty. Chu Yang ignored him. Hearing the serious consequences of won't be pretty, Emo Qingwu was very cooperative. She rolled off the bed and started to move around the table with Chu Yang. While exercising, her small mouth did not stop moving. Big Brother Chu Yang, do you think I will be pretty when I grow up? You will definitely be beautiful. You will be so beautiful that you cannot be more beautiful. Really? Really? In this world, there's no one more beautiful than Xiao Wu. Really? Ha ha ha. When Big Brother Chu Yang grows up, you will definitely be the most handsome. Is that true? Ha ha ha. Go Chuan. Sigh. Emo Chengyu sighed. He wanted to cry but had no tears. With one big and one small by his side, it was a great torture. He could not bear to live through this day. Early in the morning, Chu Yang went out and came back with a big basket of rice and cured meat. He threw it in front of Imo Chengyu and said, "Hey, are you hungry? Get lost." Imo Chengyu's eyes were filled with tears as he shouted, the next day, morning, "Great Zhao, Chengyu Manor." Diwu Qingro looked at a piece of paper in front of him and frowned. On this piece of paper, there were only a few words. "Many years of hard work. I have done my best. What do you all think?" Diwu Qingro stood up and put the paper on the wall. Then, he took 3 steps back to look at the words on the wall. Next to him, there were 3 other people. One of them was the skinny guy who appeared the other day. Looking at this handwriting, it should be number 1's handwriting. The skinny man muttered to himself as he looked at it carefully and said with certainty. These 3 people were Diwu Qingro's confidants. Each of them was very resourceful and had the ability to take charge of an area. The skinny guy was called Hanbu Chu. Another one was called Cheng Yunhe. The last one was a righteous young man called Gao Sheng. Hanbu Chu and Cheng Yunhe's background was very clear, but Gao Sheng's background was very mysterious. Plus, he had only been in Great Zhao for a few years, but he had already gained Diwu Qingro's favor and had a meteoric rise. Moreover, he was very arrogant and looked down on everyone else. Gao Sheng looked righteous, but he had a belly full of evil intentions. He often had the same views as Diwu Qingro. He was Diwu Qingro's right-hand man. This handwriting is a bit strange. Takai raised his head and looked at it carefully. He said, "It's the number 1 font, but why does it feel a little strange?" "It is a bit strange." Cheng Yunhe clasped his hands behind his back and pondered, "What is strange about it?" Diwu Qingro smiled, but there was a trace of worry in his smile. This was Diwu Qingro's style of doing things. He knew that he had a high position. If he wanted to do everything himself, then he would be too busy. Therefore, he used all kinds of methods to train his confidants so that they could take charge of an area. Every time something happened, even if Diwu Qingro had a conclusion, he would not say it out loud. Instead, he would discuss it. This discussion process was the process of these people's growth. The handwriting is number 1's handwriting, Pang tone. It is also number 1's tone. Plus, according to number 1's personality, this kind of choice is not enough for him to take charge. Hanbu Chu said, "We all know that number 1 is a very arrogant person. Whether it is intelligence or scheming, he is not below us. He will not accept his failure. I think that there is no problem with this note." And this note also shows that number 1 is still as stable as a mountain in Iron Cloud Nation and cannot be shaken. Even if King of Hell Chu has his suspicions, he will not risk universal condemnation and make a move against a saint of Iron Cloud. Hanbu Chu smiled and said, "Prime Minister can be at ease." "Not necessarily. There's something wrong with this note." On the surface, the distance between the first 4 words and the last 4 words is just right. This gap also shows that number 1 seems to be thinking hard after writing the first 4 words. But it's this gap that's problematic. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.